Well. G'day, guys. Good evening to everyone. It's been a shit day in Hobart. Still raining outside all day long. I actually went for a short. I was going to go into the city down in Salamanca. I walked out. I thought, oh, here's a lull. There was no rain, Walked out, got down the road, it started pouring down. Just shook my head. I took some cover. It eased up, and I walked back home. And I said, "F that," because I've done that before when I got completely and utterly drenched. I mean, even the raincoat had just soaked right through. I'm going, nah, not doing that. Bugger it. So I didn't go for my walk, but it was supposed to in the afternoon or midday afternoon. The sort of weather patterns were supposed to move a bit more north because they're actually saying that on the weekend, which is Sunday, into the Monday, it would get up to go up the east coast of Australia, up towards Queensland and those sort of and northeast New South Wales, like areas. If anybody knows Byron Bay, those sort of areas, but it hasn't. It's sort of stuck over Tassie, like a Harry's down there. Let's just ruin his day. So it's been the bad weather just staying over Tassie, and it's just basically been raining and raining all day freaking long. I'm sick of it. Anyway, there's my venting. So what did I do? Well, I watched certain old movies. I played some computer games. I did some jumping jacks, sort of ran around doing some idiotic things, cleaned up a bit, that is. If Hello Kitty's there, she goes, doesn't do enough at, domestics. She always complains she does more than me, anyway. I won't get into the actual discussion. I did help her out. I'm sorting out a vacuum machine today, so she owes me one. But anyway, I then had an absolute sounds good mousy. And that's what I meant to. That's the statement I meant to say. Sounds good about the cooking. Yes, I had a beef bacon. I had bought because I went to the farmer's market and they actually bought some beef bacon, but I hadn't cooked it. I forgot all about it. I had it on the bottom because I got all this other meat. I've been going through it. I've bought too much meat and I'm slowly getting through it. And I said, "Oh, bugger it! I've got that beef bacon. I haven't tried it, so." You don't have to cook beef bacon like you cook, regular bacon. You either lay it out on a tray, or you lay it, or you put it in and fry it. But with beef bacon, you can just leave all the layers on top of each other, and it will just crackle up all around because it cook right through. Like beef does that much easier. And so, and then I just put it on the actual the wood, they call it the bread board, but you know what I mean, the wood board. And I sliced that up, really fine. And I did a number of eggs, so threw in about 9 eggs, beat them up, and then put in some, the pork rind that I've got, so a bit of that. And I put some cheese. I didn't have any mozzarella, unfortunately. I checked and I realized it actually used the mozzarella and going, oh damn. So I didn't have any mozzarella, so I add what's that other the forget hell, the Norwegian cheese. I'm trying to remember. Anyway, so I actually cut literally grated all that, sort of mixed it up, and it was a really decadent omelette. 2 omelettes actually ended up making, because there was so much volume. I ended up having to do two, and I'm saying, God, it was only not too long ago, so I'm still I'm full. I've had plenty of protein. Let's put it that way, and so I'm definitely bloody full. I did pig out. Yes, you little Tassie devil. He pigged out. He's a true piggy. Anyway, sounds good. Yes. You are bigger than me. You're a tall bloke, So you got more room to put it in, technically speaking, Richard. So, you know. G'day, Nick. You've changed the image, I notice. Anyway, hi Harry, hi Richie. How you doing? Oh, we're doing pretty good. Besides happy tummy, Harry. I'm stuffed. I'm just waiting for the sort of the digestion to happen. Probably should have gone and taken a nap and just come back to you guys an hour later. But that was nice. Yummy. G'day, Stephen. Good to see you, mate. And hello, Ligores. Is that Yoros or is it a different style of writing it? Anyway, καλώς ήρθες στο πρόγραμμα. Εύχομαι να το... anyway. Να βρεις κάτι ενδιαφέρον στο πρόγραμμα που θα κάνω απόψε για διάφορα διατροφικά και διάφορα που αφορούν την ανθρώπινη φυσιολογία και τη βιοχημική. Αλλά τα κάνουμε εδώ, εγώ τα προβάλλω με απλό και με τρόπο που μπορεί να καταλάβει ο καθένας. Χωρίς να τα κάνουμε πολύ πολύπλοκα με διάφορες ορολογίες επιστημονικές που χάνουμε το πλήθος έτσι. Anyway, καλώς ήρθες. Welcome. Lilith, good to see you, Lilith. How are things? I hope things are progressing good on your front. Haven't heard from you recently. Hope you're in remission. Just, yeah, let me know how things are traveling. You talked last weekend about dry fasting and then uncoupling mitochondria. Now, what does that mean, uncoupling? Well, basically, it just means that you're not producing ATP. That's all, really, fundamentally, it just means you're not producing ATP. You're just producing heat. That's it. You're producing heat, you know? So rather than actually, sticking a phosphate to ADP and adding magnesium and producing ATP, energy, that spark, you're not doing it. You're just basically, it basically just means that you're just radiating heat. So that's what usually can happen. So certain things can actually increase uncoupling. But ketogenic diets, even the low-fat diets can actually cause some level of uncoupling. So rather than actually oxidizing energy to produce ATP or oxidizing energy, excess energy, and storing it, you end up basically uncoupling it and actually radiating it away. There's only a certain amount that you do. We're not talking about massive amounts. There are some medications and things like that were used as weight loss medications in the past, which you can uncouple quite a bit, but extreme uncoupling can end up in death. Not a good thing. So normal physiology will give you some level of uncoupling in sort of this, whether you're in a vegan type fasting mimicking diet, like a fruitarian or that, or you're in a sort of a state of very low carbohydrate, state with, high ketones and all that, you'll generate a bit more fasting. You'll definitely generate a bit more uncoupling as well. So, that's what happens. But dry fasting tends to increase the level of uncoupling compared to a water fast. It's just basically because you're actually releasing more free fatty acid in order to basically produce water, because you're not taking in water, so you need to produce water. So as a consequence of that, you tend to basically increase more. In terms of creating water production through the Krebs cycle, you'll end up increasing more of the precursors, you could say, the protons, to basically produce your gradient of protons will go up in a sense compared to your energy requirements. So what happens is, because you've got very low insulin, you can't store it. The only way you can get rid of that excess amount is by uncoupling and just feeding, thermogenically getting rid of it. So that's how it works. And it's the reason why you'll actually get that warmth. If you get a certain level of warmth, that's what's causing it. So anyway, let's move on. Steak is so nice and fatty. Yes, it is. And I'll see you tomorrow morning as well, so we can go to the farmer's market. Do you have an opinion of sodium acetate? Not really required. What are you using it for? What's the purpose? Or what have you been told? G'day, Alex. Just stick it in the Lilith. If you get a chance, just stick it in the basically, so I can see what you've been told in that regard. Because I know what you're going to say. It's all about lactate, and pyruvate. But remember, taurine, it prevents things going through the lactate. Remember, forces things through the Krebs cycle. Okay. I think it's not only for, you said for bowel cancer. I think it's for promoted for other types of things as well, not only for that cancer, but for other things as well, Lilith. Look, I tend to find some of these things, yes, they do have an inhibitory effect, but I would rather use a more. It's like medication is sort of little. They're like a blunt instrument, They're sort of, yes, exactly. Taurine. Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, we can sort of inhibit lactate through with the stuff that's in meat. It sort of reduces and pushes it through the Krebs cycle. So rather than pyruvate going into lactate, it goes into, well, it got Hello Kitty to have a laugh. Yeah, so yeah, morning, Alex. Yeah, so I think it's a better approach. I sort of find these blunt instruments can sometimes have other downstream side effects, in a sense, and they've only been they've only been researched in very reductionist ways, but they haven't really looked in some of the side effect issues, properly. And so that's the other side to the coin, So yeah. So I mean, I'd just say this to Lilith. I'd personally give it a miss, because it does interfere with metabolism in general, and I don't like things that actually interfere with normal metabolism. When we've got other options of basically dealing with cancer, I mean, how can I put it? I'm trying to use an example that makes sense. Let me put it this way. There's a lot of things that actually can inhibit certain things. There are certain medications that can actually really inhibit the uptake of all, like that other medication that I forget that some sort of medication that actually can lose weight that that somebody was using and they actually killed themselves. That stopped all metabolism. So yes, you can starve, but you're going to starve the normal cells as well. And if you do it for a prolonged period of time, you're likely to cause the normal cells. It's like, remember the video that I did on protein? Yes, you can actually deny through protease inhibitors. You can actually deny, that material, amino acids, to the, to create amino acids to be utilized by cancer cells, but also you're denying them to normal cells. So it's not exactly the right type of solution. It's sort of like a blunt instrument that has a lot of side effects and a lot of problems. And I know from these sort of things that are inhibitory to metabolism in excess amounts, I don't know what I haven't looked into this one. I can't remember. I know about it, but I don't remember the exact level of toxicity to the body, or you could say metabolic toxicity, or there was actually another name for it, but I can't remember now. But it actually, it's not a good idea to inhibit these sort of things. So you got to be careful how we go about this. And Tracy can't help herself. Yeah, so just keep that in mind, Lilith. I'm not hostile against this sort of stuff, but I do have a concern when it comes to these sort of things, sort of the overuse and potential side effects in that regard. So I'll just put it up. Taurine. Thank you, Tracy. Yes, exactly. Taurine. Thank you, Tracy. Yes, exactly. Taurine. Thank you, Tracy. Anyway, enough of that joke. Yes, exactly. Let's get back to the regular program. Yeah, I just would be very careful with playing around with that sort of stuff. And hi, Tracy, as well. And thanks for the little clip video. Always there to entertain. G'day, Scotty. Stefan, interesting. So when I do a dry fast, start sweating a lot, then something is wrong. I should stop. No, if you're sweating, just because you're sweating a lot, I wouldn't actually stop. Look, within normal physiological uncoupling is not going to get into danger zones. So don't worry about it. It's only when people are putting things like compounds and stuff like that increase that uncoupling, and you could go outside the physiological range. That's when you're in trouble. That potentially could be, in extreme cases, could be lethal. That means you could cook up your own organs, your own body, from too much internal heat. So, you can, there's a certain level of uncoupling that will happen, and a certain level of that you're actually able to sweat away that extra heat. Okay, so don't really worry about it from a fast or from normal physiology. It's not a problem. Where the problem lies, or where it actually happens, is when when we're using things that actually cause uncoupling, that actually push us outside the normal physiology of fasting, or or being in a more uncoupled state from normal whether it's compounds in the things that we consume or stuff like that of normal things. When it's pharmacological substances or extracts or stuff like that that may cause really heavily increases in uncoupling, that's when there's a risk where people may take too many of these pills and potentially cause themselves, literally deny themselves the ability to acquire energy for their cells, by causing too much uncoupling and that excess heat cooking up their own because they can't get rid of dissipate that extra heat through sweating. There's just, you just have a certain level you can sweat away, and then you really heat up and you can cook your internal organs. I just can't remember there was back in the 1920s, there was a sort of, I can't remember the name of the medication that was used as a weight loss. I think it was, there was one back then, and there was also one in the 50s or 60s. There were two different types that actually caused similar things of uncoupling. Yeah, but I can't remember whether the medication, I think the medication may be in the 60s, and the other one may have been some sort of compound, like an extract that was used back in the 20s. But I just can't remember their names. It's probably a decade ago when I started reading into this, and that's a long time ago. I realized that I had no interest in stuff that was sort of physiologically contraindicated and potentially risky and dangerous. So yes, I would give it a miss personally. Lilith, T-Boons, yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Year 2 with that terrible hay fever, incredible. My friend still suffers terribly. Won't listen. Look, I know a lot of people don't. And even in this area, again, meat comes through. Taurine actually has an improvement in this side of as well. But so do other fat-soluble vitamins as well. Like vitamin D is important for the lungs. And there is a number of other peptides in animal foods that are also playing an important role in improving the functioning, because a lot of the amino acids do play also an immunomodulating effect. So they actually improve the functioning of the immune system. So they reduce these sort of conditions of hay fever. So when we consume enough essential amino acids from the animal foods, we get those things as well. So it's not only taurine, it's not only the fat-soluble vitamins, but it's also a number of the other amino acids. So a carnivore diet with sun is, my old thing, sun, salt, and meat. Sort of thing. Somebody should make a T-shirt of that. Dominique, good to see you, mate. Yes, you'll laugh at my expense anytime, won't you, my dear? They found that the forever chemical tea in alpine wood, including your beloved Evian. Not that it's very dangerous, but shockingly, anyway, they're not the water deep within the mountain is clean anymore. Yeah, look, there's a lot of problems in our. The problem is a lot of stuff actually floats around. Even I'll give you an example. I consume like the salt that I use from salt beds, which is a renewable thing. But still, in the southern hemisphere, you get less sort of particulates in the actual atmosphere, because the way that the air circulates between the actual poles and the tropics, you get the sort of chemicals that are in the air in the northern hemisphere are far more concentrated because of more industrialization in the northern hemisphere compared to the southern hemisphere. So that there is a difference in that regard. I recognize that as well. That it's an unfortunate reality that you know. So yeah, what do you do? It's everywhere, unfortunately. We can't get. This is why I say we don't live an ancestral life. It's nearly impossible. So we do probably need a bit more taurine, a bit more choline, whether we get it enough in the diet or whether we supplement some of these sort of things in order to, and then if you've got methylation issues, make sure you're eating enough meat to get enough riboflavin in order to help the methylation pathways to remove these things, to methylate these things away, to remove these compounds. We don't live in a pristine environment anymore, and it's unfortunate, but that's the reality. So we're not getting away from it. Obviously, people like us that are actually eating a cleaner diet are going to be better off, have far more better, less toxicity coming in from the food supply in general. And so because we upregulate in a low carbohydrate state, our intracellular antioxidants like glutathione, superoxide dismutase, and things like that. And also we're able to recycle because of higher glutathione. We're able to recycle vitamin C and vitamin E inside our bodies. So our requirements go down in terms of intake. Consequence of that is we are more robust. People that are on a kibble, on a very poor diet, plus all these other chemical assaults, they're going to be worse off. We live on planet Earth. We can't get away from some of this sort of stuff. It's just the reality. DJ Projectus, good to see you, mate. I'm happy you enjoyed your laugh. G'day, Jin. Good to see you, mate. Good evening, Harry and everyone. I got COVID, C19 4 days ago and finally recovered. Yeah, I've sort of bounced back. Some people haven't, and I have said to people that because there are actually certain immunomodulating effects of essential amino acids, I actually got myself onto essential amino acids. I mean, I've mentioned that my brother's partner, she basically had COVID and she was struggling. She didn't do the fast, but she basically did the taurine but it is important to do a fast. I did a fast, but I also did the essential amino acids, but she doesn't consume as much. She's not a carnivore, so she's on a mixed diet. And I think those additional essential amino acids probably helped her with immunomodulation, because they do play a role. And I sort of, and if you're actually taking a certain amount just from the food, that's a complete food. As a species, we would have not been exposed to so many things compared to, our ancestral way of living. So adding additional stuff that is not going to be used for muscle protein synthesis and all these other things, it's an excess. The body will then probably shift it towards being utilized by the immune system, and then the excess it'll just get rid of. And so I suspect that's where she was getting the benefit. And so I did give it a try. I did do the fast. So did the fast help more than the additional supplementation? At the end of the day, I was just adding a bit more to basically help me recover a bit faster. And I did recover much quicker, where others are still struggling, even though they've done all those other stuff and they haven't. So I suspect that the additional essential amino acids seem to be providing additional, you could say, support to the immune system. So I think that's where it's sort of coming from. And I did say that it's really important. You come out of a fast, you put the taurine and the vitamin D, but it seems like putting those additional aminos may help as well, in order to ramp up some of the, provide that additional essential amino acids, which can be utilized for producing the additional, a bigger possibly volume or quantity of those elements of the immune system that are important in sorting out things. So I think that can be helpful. I've seen it with myself. I've seen it with actually a very good friend of mine. She's basically, doing really well. So I'm going, yeah, nothing wrong with trying it, why not? You got nothing to lose. My feelings that DCA is a bit like Pfizer, a senolytic that shouldn't be taken all the time, and it's because peripheral causes. It's one of the. It's not only peripheral neuropathy; it causes a whole lot of other things because it interferes with metabolism in general. DCA. But as I said, it was a long time since I've looked at some of these things, which are basically uncouplers and mitochondrial inhibitors of pyruvate dehydrogenase and stuff like that, because that's what it is. I believe it's a pyruvate dehydrogenase inhibitor, but that can actually cause downstream problems. Like this sort of thing, as you said. It's not only that, there is sort of general toxicity, one of them being peripheral neuropathy taken for a long time in especially in large amounts. But there are other levels of toxicity that can actually be done to the body, let alone interfering with proper metabolism. Probably maybe short-term use. I'm still on the fence when it comes to using some of this sort of stuff. I find that sometimes it can cause more problems than they really worth. At the end of the day, what do we want to do? We want to slow down and revert. It's a better strategy, as you know from my cancer videos, of reverting cancer cells back into a senescent state and then knocking them off with senolytics like Pfizer. That's and magnifying that potential with using melatonin by doing it at night as a protocol, and having taurine in that early stage that brings down cortisol and magnifies melatonin, which magnifies the effect of Pfizer as a senolytic to knock off senescent and cancer cells, is probably a better strategy, going down that path of clearing out some of these damaged cells rather than trying to manipulate metabolism. It's fraught with a lot of danger. Lilith, fraught with a lot of danger. Got to be careful with this sort of stuff. Cecile, good to see you. Yeah, it does. Look, there's old. I think I mentioned that to you last time because you actually asked. I think was it you that asked me? Somebody didn't. I said, yeah, take some. And it does help. It helps with a lot of things. I could be making videos for ages, just talking about just that one substance. But I always remind people, taurine is just not a substance. It is in animal foods. Animal foods are the dominant foods that got taurine. So for the general public, unless you're basically trying to correct something or fix something, then you may need some level of supplementation. Short term, it may be 3 months, 6 months. It may be a couple of years if you've got fibrotic tissue like I had. You need to do it longer. It depends, and the dosage depends on all that sort of stuff. But most people, if they're on a clean diet, they've been most of their life on a sort of an ancestral, they don't really have many problems. The amount of taurine they get from the meats that they eat in a carnivore state is all they need. They'll be healthy and fine, and it will eliminate a lot of these problems. We just take higher doses because we're dealing with a lot of things. We're also dealing with a lot of chemicals in our environment, a lot of things that are basically overloading and causing a lot of issues. Some people have still got pre-existing gallbladder issues, stomach issues, microbiome issues, a whole lot of things that are trying to resolve, sleep issues, you name it, they've got it. And so those people, like a lot of people that are my subscribers, that have most of their life they've been on either a veganurized, a plant-based diet, or a SAD diet, and I've got a lot of health problems that have been caused because of those diets. Well, those people probably are quite deficient. The majority of those people, because they haven't had a lot of high-quality animal foods in their diet, they are severely deficient. They've got a lot of problems that they need to resolve, and that can take remodulating and resetting the stomach. Goes on and on. You guys have seen my videos, you know what I mean. Well, most of you, and the ones that haven't, go and check my videos. I cover a lot of those sort of things. Whereas my 26 grams of my heart felt a bit weird, and I cut back to 3 grams. Okay. It does rebalance. It tries to rebalance the electrolytes. And so over time, it sorts it out. but some people are a bit more sensitive to it than others. You just may be one of those people, DJ projectors. But the sort of dose that I stick to is around 3 grams. That's what I consume myself. The only time I go up to higher is for therapeutic purposes. And then I make sure that people sort of have sorted out their electrolytes and stuff like that before they go to the high doses anyway, in that regard. But generally speaking, yeah, no, it's a regulator, but if your certain things are too low, it may try to balance them, the actual ions between the intra and extracellular ones. If you don't have enough sodium, that's when it's trying to balance the others because it's a regulator. And that's when you may have these sort of things. So if you upped your salt, you'd retain more magnesium and potassium inside the cell, and you would not have any of these weird effects. You're probably, if you're a dumper of too much sodium, you may have re-regulated to a lower level. So really you need to up your sodium intake to rebalance. So as you're taking in magnesium, potassium, you'll hold on to more of that because it'll actually be pushed in to the cells, and you will maintain that homeostasis and electron neutrality between the fluids inside and outside the cell along the cell membrane. Very important. So unfortunately, a lot of us come with a lot of deficiencies, a lot of problems. And so and that's why I always get people to do certain things like get their electrolytes sorted, get those, and then start taking higher doses. But generally, everybody can do fine with 2 to 3 grams. That's not going to cause them any problems whatsoever, because basically that's like 300 grams of basically oysters. It's not going to cause you any problems in that regard. But most people would not consume like 600 grams of oysters or more. But generally speaking, nobody's had these sort of effects. If you're, as I said, you may be a sodium dumper. That means you dump sodium very easily out of your body. Others retain sodium much easier. Others dump sodium much easier. I tend to be a dumper, so I need to up my sodium so I don't have any issues. When I up my sodium, everything's fine. So it's usually a sodium issue for most people if they're getting any weird sort of stuff. But again, DJ Projectus, is there a reason why you're on the higher side? Do you have a reason? Have you discussed it with me, or remind me if I did recommend it for something specifically? Then just up your sodium if you actually require it. I can't remember so many people I deal with. I forgive you. I'm at an ultrasound plus doctor said that gut motility is way too high. Seems the 6 months of taurine doesn't make the job here. Other biohacks, I still eat 10 grams, but without it even worse. Okay. So how many grams were you doing? Because your motility is regulated by taurine. It should have been slowed down and brought back to normal physiological range. There's another trick. There is one other issue, because remember, it is taurine plays a role in sort of calcium metabolism, and it is a natural calcium channel blocker, and it also regulates calcium in the gut, not only around around the body, but also in the gut. So sometimes you may need slightly more intake of calcium. Some people do, and that can actually sort that part out as well, where you don't need the vegetables, just need the extra calcium. So it may be for some reason you're calcium deficient or not. I'll check that actually to see where you're at with calcium. And I wouldn't take a calcium supplement. I just consume sort of dairy foods that are high in calcium. in Nicoya, they always show rice, beans, and eggs being a staple food item, and those who eat them are the eggs, the items that prevent damage, recalls, mentioning fat soluble vitamins. Look, most of, when we're talking about these areas like blue zones or whatever, areas like that, look, most people go to, what do they call them? They call them the sort of the touristy areas of these parts of the world. But really, I mean, they are not. See, the whole region, if you take a look at the if you take a look at the region of this, it's a peninsula of, that it's on, in Costa Rica. The whole area is cattle country. It's not rice, beans, and eggs. Yes, they do have eggs, but it's not rice and beans. First of all, in South America, you didn't have rice until far more in the last couple of decades, more recently. Beans, yes, they did have beans in some parts of the country, but not to the level that they have today. So is it their traditional diet? Not really. They've got some goats and some sheep, but primarily cattle, and they are pastoralists traditionally. It's no different than if you go to Icaria in Greece or you go to Sardinia. It's the people, the pastoralists in the mountains, that are actually the longevity people. It's not the people around the coast that are eating the beans and rice and all that. So that's what they show. They show these people who are around in the coastal areas and stuff like that. And they go, oh, look what they're eating. But as I always say, you have to go to the interior in these traditional places. Now, they do have a traditional sort of like corn-based tortilla type thing, a traditional one. But they do it in a traditional way where they remove a lot of the anti-nutrients. They ferment it and do all these other things. So you end up with something which is, the traditional ones has a bit more protein in it and less anti-nutrients. And also because they're consuming some dairy as well, it actually, remember, lectin binding, raw dairy binds lectins. And so it eliminates the problem, like no different than, the Zea bread in Greece in the past, or in the alpine areas of, Switzerland and places like that, where those traditional people had. My father himself, they had a sort of a bread which was based on the Zea sort of variety, and it becomes like a stone. So you only cut thin slices. You put dairy fat on it, and then a big piece of cheese, and that's like your breakfast. That's what Dad used to have, and that's basically the only bread you've had for the whole day. And they usually cook it once a week, and it just becomes really hardened, and you have that throughout the whole. Now, obviously, today people have got access to all sorts of foods because there are stores around. They can go to a store and get this stuff. These people are not living their traditional diet anymore, their traditional lifestyle. It's been lost. Most of the people that are in their 90s and hundreds or whatever, they have just only in the last couple of decades have had access to these foods. Prior to that, it was just basically whatever they grew or whatever they had locally or whatever they had seasonally. They don't tell you this. They show you all this other bullshit. So it's, we know that even in, Icaria, there's been more other foods that have come in more recent years. They've only got, like in Icaria, they've only got one actual, bakery. That's it on the whole island. And it's primarily services a lot of the tourism areas. It's in this, it's close to the beach areas where the tourists go. So not many of the locals actually consume it, but it's there, and it's where stores of civilization come in. They bring a lot of this processed food and stuff like that. Nicoya, in Costa Rica, Sardinia around the coastline, Icaria, Okinawa, you go there now, and there's a lot of fast foods, a lot of seed oils being used to cook a lot of the stuff as well. So the diet isn't the same that it was in the 1950s, 20s, 100 years ago or 200 years ago. It's not the same. Now, there's longevity people that are there, but the current generation of people are actually getting sick. In the last 20 years, because of the Japanese westernizing their diet, including the people in Okinawa where the Marine Corps is, a lot of people are basically having cardiovascular, heart disease, strokes, cancers, and all sorts of things. So the people who are in the middle age sort of bracket or younger are having these problems. You can't now go and actually say, "Oh, this is where the people that live very long, HD, and basically look at what they're eating in their environment." That's bullshit. That's just basically that's a change in their environment. Most of those people are close to death now. The older people. And this generation and those who are in their 50s have got a whole lot of health problems that previous generation didn't have. So, it's really hard to discern now. It's, because the food environment, processed food is penetrated everywhere. You even go to mountainous areas of Greece now and you'll find processed food, little stores selling treats and sweets and all sorts of things where before they didn't exist. So you go back 40 years, they didn't exist. Now they do, or 50 years to be more precise. So what, is that, are you going to say that sweets are permissible because they exist in these mountain areas where people live very long lives? No, my great-grandfather lived to 107, but he ate basically dairy and animal foods. He didn't like vegetables. But there were no processed foods. There were no stores around. So it was just basically what they grew and what they had in the village. That was it. Some seasonal fruit, nothing else. So that was the reality of life in that environment. But unfortunately now things have changed radically. And it's really hard to discern because people are people, they are free living. That's why we say you can't research free living people, because you want to really work out what a diet actually causes. You need to lock people up like Bart says, but it's unethical. You can't do it. So it's impossible now because the modern data is so confounded. And what do you think most people, HD like Mary Ruddock and others, go to Africa? Because in Africa they can still find tribal populations that have not been touched. But even there, some of the tourists come in and give them treats. So even they have been touched by modern foods. So it's really hard to find people that are pristine, have not been touched by modern foods. That's the problem. That's why, that's why we've only got the archaeological evidence we can go back to. That's the unfortunate reality. Yeah, and yeah, I've talked about that before, which is an important factor why in the past people didn't have these problems. It's really that fundamentally. Fleming, how are you, mate? Did you actually knock that question out? I thought I noticed you knocked that question out, or didn't you? Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Thing is, you may knock it out there, but it still gets into the stream. So if you didn't want me to answer it. But yeah, look, it's a general question about how troubles were electrolytes. But yeah, not a problem. You're welcome. Yeah, because it's an osmolyte. It regulates electrolytes. And, that's the reason why people that have been on a keto, low carb diet, they're not getting enough protein. And in particular now, they're shifting to these low protein type keto, low carb diets with a lot of plants in them. And they're getting a lot of electrolyte issues, It's good business for the people that are selling electrolytes, but the reality is we don't really, our ancestors never needed them, Yes, we may need them short term to correct something, but you don't need them long term. That's the biggest problem, unfortunately, with our world today. Chris, good to see you, mate. Still waiting to get the lurgy. Good luck. Careful what you ask for. It can be a double-edged sword. Actually, yeah. Anyway, some people recover better than others. Depends. Some people may struggle a bit more. But again, it depends on all the factors. G'day, Nah. Hello, Harry. I tried small meals, as you suggested, my postprandial thirst issue. What I found was any protein amount will make me thirsty and usually sleepy, dose dependent, but pure fat won't. Okay, so you're not getting enough fat in. So maybe you weren't eating enough fat. You have an aver, and maybe that was an issue of maybe your aversion was a gallbladder related because you were more plant-based in the past. So maybe that's an issue. Yeah, look, if you found it, that's good that you've realized that you weren't getting enough fat in. I suspect it's not the protein. You're not getting enough fat in. And so, yeah, that's causing some of these issues. Yeah, we usually say in the carnivore community a 1-to-1 of fat and protein. But a lot of people, a lot of our meats tend to be very lean, don't have enough fat. So sometimes, I know some carnivores, like myself, sometimes try to access more fattier cuts of meat or try to get from a butcher fat so we can use it, or buy tallow or use butter or other things to add additional fat that unfortunately a lot of our meats now, they make them so lean or remove so much of the fat that naturally you would find on there. Fat should be like thick pieces like that of fat you should find on meat. They just cut it all off. You don't find much on most cuts, which is unfortunate. Well, at least you've got some idea of what's happening. So play around with a bit more fat, and see how it all goes. Yeah, if you're getting diarrhea, you're not digesting it properly. So basically, yeah, it's probably a gallbladder issue. Um, so you were doing more plant based in the past. So yeah, usually a lot of people tend to, if they're not getting enough fat in their diet, because I was doing low fat. Anybody that does low fat tends to end up with a gallbladder issue. Um, I did, and it took me a while to resolve. And taurine plays a big role in improving the bile, but also milk thistle and choline will also help in improving the liver, gallbladder function, plus the pancreas function as well. And those are the things that we get naturally in an animal-based diet. So it's the animal-based diet. We just may need short term to supplement for a number of months, slightly higher, in order to fix these things, because we want to accelerate the healing, so to speak. So we're not slowly healing, but we can try and resolve these issues a bit quicker. Fluffy Rainbows, good to see you. Here comes the sun. Like darling. Here comes the sun. Harry, sorry that your summer is heading away, but here it is on its way, and it's very welcome. Yes, yes. You're in the northern hemisphere for obvious, so you're definitely will be looking forward to that. Oh, okay. Oh, that's why you deleted the other one. Big thanks. You're from Denmark. Not a problem, Fleming. Thanks, mate. Appreciate the support. My deep sleep is still suffering and not refreshed. Doing red meat eggs, ditched caffeine. Okay, good. 6 grams from zinc, magnesium on cloudy day. Mm. Some people tend to be, Tracy, a bit more sensitive to, it's the reason why I wear this sort of stuff. I was getting interrupted sleep. I did everything. I thought I cut back. I got rid of all coffee, even though now I'm back on coffee, but I got rid of all coffee. I did all those sort of things. And then I realized the blue light, I was much more sensitive to blue light. Some people are slightly less. Some people are more sensitive. I tend to be one of those people that unfortunately are more sensitive to blue light. That's why I got the blue blocking glasses. I changed all my light bulbs and everything. And once I did that, that was the final thing that actually was required, not the getting rid of the caffeine, but doing all those to fix the damn thing. And it is expensive. I know they're $30 a pop, and these are expensive as well, over $100, and it's a hassle. I know, but I'm happy that I can sleep right through now. Just some people are more sensitive to blue light than others. It's one of those things. There's also mitochondrial issues as well. Okay, so you're taking 6 grams and you're not calming down, because that should be calming you. 6 grams, unless you've just been doing it recently, but you should be getting some calming effect from that, from the 6 grams of taurine. That's surprising. So maybe you are a bit sensitive to blue light, like I am. Some people are more sensitive than others, I've noticed. So, and I'm not sure why. I don't think anybody is. It may be genetically based, but we don't know what are the genetic factors in that regard. Yeah, maybe the other thing is you're not getting enough fat as well, protein. Sometimes if we eat extra protein, we're not getting enough fat, especially the lean cuts of meat that we're eating today, but I don't think that's the real driver here. I think you do consume a bit of fat, but yeah, there's probably other factors as well. I have a high opinion of Jason Fung until now, but recently he talked about having a lower protein or calories periodically, or one or too much IGF-1 had for longevity plus that's just nonsense. That's all bloody nonsense. Our ancestors, if they were basically, they would have been riddled with cancer. It's not how it works. Cancer is a mitochondrial it's due to mitochondrial damage and senescence, severe senescence. We do not suffer severe senescence by eating protein. It doesn't cause the problem. you know. Once you basically get into a cancerous state, everything can actually be used by normal cells as can be used by cancer cells. So it's completely and utterly irrelevant. This is just reductionism. And IGF-1 and insulin, if he understood the history of IGF-1 and insulin, actually understood the physiology of insulin, if you go to species that are in close to the vents within the oceans where early life is believed originated, some of those species still have IGF-1 and insulin as one thing. It's called insulin IGF-1. It's not separate. So when insulin goes up, so does IGF-1. They go in lockstep. They're like that bound together, and they influence mTOR as well. So when you actually eat protein, you actually activate insulin IGF-1, but not to the same level as carbohydrate. And that the insulin to glucagon counterbalances that. So it's a non-issue. You cannot overexpress. You can only overexpress IGF-1 if you're in a high carbohydrate state, like and you're engaging the Randall cycle. Then you can actually have an insulin to glucagon ratio of 70, not 1.3 or 0.8 like in fasting, but so in a carnivore state, it's just slightly above fasting, 1.3 insulin to glucagon ratio. So where insulin goes, so does IGF. If insulin goes below 1, so does IGF-1. That's what happens in a fast. If insulin just goes up to 1.3 when you eat a steak, that's where IGF-1 goes to the similar. It goes in lockstep. So it's not an overexpression. Even basically insulin, even eating pure glucose, insulin will go to 4, a 4-to-1 in terms of insulin to glucagon. And so will IGF-1. So eating a pure potato, which you can go, engaging the Randall cycle, and you can lose weight, your insulin and IGF-1 will be much lower. And so on a steak, as long as you don't put any sugar, the moment you introduce sugar with a steak, with protein and all that, it magnifies the effect. That's why people, when they eat a lot of sugar and fat and protein together, it can, like in a fast food sort of setting, they can actually get an insulin to glucagon of 70, as high as 70, which basically means that IGF-1 is going to be sky high, and so will mTOR. So they're seeing things in a reductionist way. They're not seeing things in a holistic way, how different macro combinations have different effects on these signaling molecules, because that's what they are. They signal to the body's growth pathways. When you have protein and leucine in there, what you're signaling to the body is, I want to build tissue, protein, build muscle. That's what a bone and muscle. That's not unhealthy. That's a healthy thing to do. It's not catabolic. You're not wasting away. That's a healthy thing to do. It's not saying, I want to build cancer. No. In order to get to cancer cells, that's a different thing. You have to basically put high deuterium foods to damage the mitochondria, and also have a whole lot of inappropriate foods like sugar, too much sugar and fructose and all that. Sugar, which is a mitochondrial, it actually poison is what fructose is. It causes, this inhibition of energy production. And the other thing is, interferes with energy production. The other thing, on the other hand, is the high deuterium content of both fructose and sugar, causing mitochondrial damage, and then lowering the energy levels and causing more senescence, because you don't have enough energy to repair the senescent cells. And that's the other thing. People say, well, I can't sleep properly and all that. I say, what have you been doing for the last 20, 30 years? You've been basically assaulting your mitochondria to no end and doing a lot of damage. As a consequence of that severe damage to your mitochondria, you still don't have sufficient mitochondrial efficiency. So you're going, oh, it's not really helping me, Well, so the problem is that Jason does not understand this. It drives me up the wall that these people are researchers, and they are so reductionist in their way like David Sinclair and many others, so reductionist, they miss key things. If the body was such a simplified system, we wouldn't, we would have solved this whole, these people, Jason, I would challenge anyone to ask Jason Fung, does he understand the Randall cycle? And I bet you he doesn't. Because most of them out there don't know of Philip Randall. They don't know of Philip Randall's work, which is shocking. It really explains why, because we've got a calorie, the calorie sort of heat model over here, and we've got the endocrine model over here. So we've got the people that who are the low fat, and the reason why they're low fat, they promote low fat and high carbohydrate diets is because they want to lower the calories. So they're the calorie people, that tend to be in this sort of camp. And then you've got the other ones that are talking about the the low carb people, the keto people and all that. They talk about all the actual, the hormones. And while both, energy is important and hormones are important, but they're interplaying in a certain way with different compositions of macros, which affect downstream at the cell, affect receptor sites in energy uptake and energy sort of management in the body. And so what they're looking at a reduction. So they go, oh, look, when you're in a low carbohydrate state, insulin goes down, hormone sensitive lipase goes up. So you're actually basically, you're releasing fat. You're actually oxidizing fat. You're going to lose weight. Same thing happens in a low fat state. And they can't explain that. And they'll argue, oh, that's bullshit and all that. But it does happen. And I've done a one where I showed on Walter Kempner, 94% carbohydrate, 4% protein, and 2% fat. This was research done back in the 1920s and 30s. And Walter Kempner demonstrated quite clearly that you could actually lose weight and actually correct a certain ailments because you disengage the Randall cycle. And it was that research that affected other researchers in the low fat but the thing, Walter understood that short term you can do that, long term that'll create deficiencies and problems and health problems. So he just used it as a short term intervention. Had he known probably about, the John Hopkins research in the 1920s using ketogenic diets to fix up epilepsy, he may have employed that method because now, like Jason Fung and people like that, because he's a nephrologist, they use this method to fix this sort of. But both camps don't understand that it all has to do with the Randall cycle. That both can actually cause some level of uncoupling. Both approaches, low fat, low carb, can also increase AMPK. We know it's in the research. You can do it even in animal models exists. But what they're missing, both these camps, and they're warring against each other, what they're missing is that, the Randall cycle. Not understanding the Randall cycle is where the confusion is happening. Why most of the population out there that is on mixed diets, because that's what the processed food industry promotes primarily. In the past, it was like 2/3 animal foods, 1/3 plants, and you were quite physically active and you were restoring glycogen and stuff like that. And you could remain quite relatively slim in the 50s and 60s and like that. But that was pre-refrigeration, where you couldn't store carbohydrates for all year round, or fruit or whatever. Now they can, due to refrigeration and different types of refrigeration and transport from other parts of the world. But that's what these guys are so caught up in, this sort of reductionist thinking, that they miss so much nuancing when it comes, and they don't understand the historical side of things and whatever else. So yeah, it's pretty much. Drop me a line, give me a really good appraisal of all your stuff that you're doing, Tracy. The whole lot. Give me a whole breakdown of everything, So I'll probably, in that way, I'll probably spot something that you're doing that really is, causing some of these issues. when you raised it, or when you basically, because I haven't heard anyone else getting thirsty, but I don't know, maybe you. Speedy Gonzalez. No, I don't need any berries or nuts in season because you don't require them. The only reason why people consume berries and nuts is because they became available in the interglacial periods. In the glacial periods, when there was frost all the way down to the tropics, you basically didn't have much berries and nuts and stuff like that. The seeds were there, but they just couldn't grow. The stuff, the plants were around, but you didn't have much. But we had fatty animals, very fatty animals, because when the climate is very cold, you have more fatty animals. But as you get into the interglacial periods, what we noticed is in the last 20,000 years, as the temperature got warmer, we noticed the N14 data going up slightly. So the nitrogen 14, which is protein from plants, started increasing in the long bones of people, of humans, which means that there was a shift. That's when our brains shrunk by 10%. Our body size also shrunk as well. It became, shorter. And then when we get to agriculture, it even went even further down in terms of height. Most agriculturalists are quite short compared to, the Maasai and, pastoralists and hunters and gatherers. But it's primarily, but less protein. That's what it is. So as the animals became leaner in this interglacial period, because the warmer environment, animals tend to have less fat stores. To keep themselves, to regulate their temperature, keep themselves warm. Remember the uncoupling principle? That can, in very cold environments, that shivering effect, you do that, and also to cause some level of uncoupling, which then allows you to basically warm yourself up. So the body can do uncoupling even under shivering or under cold conditions. So that's how it actually, in that regard. So you need more fat in order to basically keep yourself warmer. Now, if you basically then shift to this interglacial period, then you're getting less fat from animals. So your fat stores are not kept up to it. Remember, we've got quite a lot of big fat stores. So our fat stores will decline over the winter months. And into summer and spring, we'll find more animals and certain plants, and then towards the end of the year, which is the summer period, and the early part of autumn, which is the fall, in that area there'll be a lot of nuts, a lot of berries, a lot of different things. So there'll be a lot of fat around in all sources, fat and berries. Now, nuts we wouldn't have consumed in the past very much. There'd only be some ones that are edible. Not many were. But forget about, look, modern nuts, that's a lot of due to modern processes. Even things like cashew nuts would have been toxic in the past. We've just found ways of now removing the toxin through an industrial process. So that's the difference. But in the past, we wouldn't have had those methods. So we would have just consumed some berries, some fruit, and some stuff like that primarily, and we would have engaged the Randall cycle and fattened up, and would have increased our fat stores. Rather than eating fat, we would have created our own fat by engaging the Randall cycle, by combining fat and fructose at the same time, and sort of increasing our fat stores. A bit like what the bears do. They'll have some animals, and then they'll consume something like, in one sitting, a bear can consume up to 10,000 grapes, in one sitting. So it can really build up its fat stores by all that fructose. And that's what fructose is. Fructose is great if you want to build up fat stores. It's fantastic. Eat plenty of fruit and you'll build up your fat stores. If you're in an environment where you've got limited supply of animal fat because animals are leaner, then definitely that helps. Does anyone know how to get rid of blackheads, large pores? I'm 70% carnivore and active acne is gone, but still having large pores and blackheads. Look, from my experience, in terms of these sort of things, they do get better with time. I don't think there is actually a direct biohack, even though things like niacin can help, in terms of supplementation, taurine and fat-soluble vitamins can help. But I think it's just time that it actually resolves a lot of these issues, clears them up and sorts them out. You just have to be sort of, pretty much be patient about it. And it usually gets sorted out in that regard. It's all related to, it's like, for instance, I'll give you an example. Once you go into a carnivore diet, initially you still can't tolerate a lot of heat, a lot of UV. But over time, you can tolerate more and more UV, and you can actually, recover and not burn like you used to in the past. That's because you're no longer putting toxic seed oils that are going into your skin and actually making you vulnerable. And at the same time, you're actually taking in niacin, especially from pork and tuna and stuff like that. That extra niacin is UV protective. Or some people will supplement and they'll take some fat-soluble vitamins. They'll up slightly their fat-soluble by eating more eggs and stuff like that in order to basically, because again, a lot of these issues are related to a thing called matrix metalloproteinases. They're collagen-degrading enzymes, and when they're overexpressed, they tend to create acne, enlarged pores, all these sort of issues, skin lesions, psoriasis, all these sort of things. Matrix metalloproteinases, MMPs, are everywhere. It's primarily matrix metalloproteinase 2 and 9 are the big culprits when it comes to the skin in particular. And they are usually regulated by minoquinone 4 and retinol primarily, and to some extent mitigated the actual damaging effect of UV until your body builds up the sort of regulation of the collagen within the skin and starts regulating it properly. It's usually a derangement of regulation of collagen. And once you've got enough fat-soluble vitamins, which a carnivore diet will give you, enough, if you're eating a bit of pork and tuna, you'll get enough, niacin, which will help as well. And over time, that should regulate and improve your skin. And most people that have been on a carnivore diet for a couple of years or whatever, they notice their skin is much better, way better and all that. Another thing that actually can help is a thing called MSM. It's a sulfur amino acid like taurine, but it actually tends to also help with collagen, the keratin binding. So it actually improves your hair. So you'll get thicker hair if you take too much. So only take about 2 grams. You'll grow really good nails. And also it does improve skin collagen as well. So that's another thing, a bit of a biohack to take an MSM supplement. So M for M, like Mary, S for Sam, and M for Mary, MSM supplement. And you can get one on iHerb or stuff like that. Yep, for stem cells. Elsie, you've changed you've gone back to the green. I did notice. You noticed? I just remembered I have halloumi in the fridge. I don't. I forgot to buy. That's what I forgot to buy last week. I was wondering. I didn't get halloumi. You shouldn't have told me. I have to remind myself. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'll get some next week. It's cooked in bacon fat. Ah, yes. Nothing like bacon fat. So skin cleanse with activated charcoal. Okay. I've used it, activated charcoal. I've still got some in my cupboard, which I was using in the past, some left over. Don't know whether use, but okay, you can use that as well. Give it a try. Got nothing to lose. I started taking taurine a week ago for 1, regulating electrolytes, 2, for healing leaky gut and for better fat digestion, 3, brain fog, and 4, for eye improving and other more minor reasons. Well, you've only started. You've got to be doing it for months to basically see resolution and improvements. It doesn't happen in a couple of weeks, DJ projectors. It does take some time to resolve these issues. Even my fibrosis in my organs, it took me a couple of years to slowly bring my fibrosis down with taurine. So these things don't happen. And then people have oxalates, and oxalates can actually deplete taurine and other sulfur amino acids. So there's other things that can actually counteract, or so you may need citric acid and all sorts of things to sort of counteract those sort of issues. So yeah, and that's why it's complicated. That's why you have to look into what other things that may be missing that I'm not picking up that may be required to be resolved and dealt with. It's always that sort of stuff. La La Land. Oh, that's a nice one. You must be new. What's your opinion on these clinics that fast people for 40 days on only water? Interesting. I know that the Russian ones actually do long dry fasts, some of them. So they do a couple of weeks of dry fast. So yeah, that's also an interesting thing. And there are some benefits in doing that. Water fasts, as long as people are in a good ketogenic state and they've actually verified that these people are good fat adapted and fat oxidizers, then they shouldn't have really any problems. But if they've just basically putting people on willy-nilly on water fast for 40 days, I would have issues with that. There have been issues where some people are not fat adapted. They've got other issues where mitochondrial insufficiency and other problems like that. And you know those people because they're not peeing out. That means they're not producing metabolic water primarily from their own fat cells. They're starting to basically break down muscle, and you get actually their urine going dark. That means those people should stop immediately. They've got a problem. They need to address a lot of other problems. So I do have a problem when clinics think that that's the only solution or the only method. If you've got mitochondrial problems, you need to fix the mitochondria before you start going into doing these long, prolonged sort of water fasts. And so while if they're done properly and you provide people with the cofactors, because on it, water only would be very dangerous. You need to provide people with cofactors. So the body actually, even the guy that actually the Scottish guy that did the 386-day fast, he was given, you don't need fat soluble vitamins because your fat stores, as they reduce, you release a lot of fat soluble vitamins that are stored there. So you don't need fat soluble vitamins, but you do need B vitamins and a number of minerals. So trace minerals and stuff like that, because they act as cofactors to enzymes, and those enzymes are important still. Even though you may not be eating, you're still basically having metabolic processes that are happening in your body that require enzymes to do that job. And that means they require those cofactors. So water only, I would not recommend. If they're actually giving them, trace minerals and stuff like that, electrolytes, trace minerals, and B vitamins, then that's way safer. I don't know enough about these clinics, La La Land. So if they're just doing water, that would be very contraindicated and probably dangerous. So especially with people that have got already deficiencies and other problems. So I don't know enough to, to really comment on those clinics. I've heard about them, but, yeah, they do vary quite a bit in some of their practices. So I'm not going to comment openly. I'll just say that if they're doing certain things like that, what I've just explained, but in general, do I know about any clinics and all that? No, and I won't be putting an official opinion about any clinic. I'm just talking in general, and it's not sort of medical advice. It's just based on research, which I'm actually extrapolating on, and only that. Do supermodels represent the proper nutritional development of humans? Definitely not. Those women basically, or many models basically, both male and female, they binge, they all basically throw up, they're anorexic, they've got a lot of problems, both mental problems, health problems, and ways of actually thinking about their body and all that. So, yes, very problematic. Anyway, I'm just going to take a quick break because I need to go and I forgot to actually have a pee today. I just remembered I haven't gone to the toilet to have a pee. So I just need to take a quick pee and I'll be back. Sweet relief. Like a fountain. Should have gone earlier. Just forgot about it. I did have the urge a couple of hours ago, but I forgot about it. I was so involved in something and slipped my mind. Yeah, yeah, sort of. I would say, yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. Humans are not meant to be like that. Humans have always had. I mean, the reasons why we have such great fat stores is to carry a bit of fat on us. That's actually normal. When you're super lean and all that, like a coat hanger, one, you're protein deficient and you don't have enough fat stores. It's really damaging to the body and very stressful. Not a good thing. It's a bit like, the fruitarians. They're very basically in a constant catabolic state. And a lot of these people throw up and do all sorts of things. Yes, I did wash my hands, Richard. I always do. God. I probably didn't wake up Uncle Harry. God, these two. God, it's like trouble one and trouble two. Recently passed away, your great grandmother, 98, and she never liked sweets or soda. She died from a poorly managed infection, didn't have any heart diabetes or not even glasses. Yeah, look, I know. Look, my great grandfather lived 107 and, passed away from pneumonia. Actually, most of my relatives have, on dad's side in particular. His dad's father, died at 87 from pneumonia again. No other health issues whatsoever. Lived in a mountain area, basically goat country, pastoralists. And yeah, it's sort of very, very different in that regard. So most of his life he lived in a mountainous area with not a lot of access to any store food. But died from pneumonia. So did his brother 2 years later. It's ridiculous. But it is a thing. And the problem in the mountainous regions is you don't get, for half the year, you don't get a lot of sun. And certain foods that were consumed in the past are not consumed as much now. The other thing is they do consume some dairy from goats, but not enough as they used to. They used to consume far more in the past. That's an issue because those animals are actually eating that alpine sort of grass, and that grass actually increases both DHA and vitamin D in the actual animals. That's the stuff, I've talked about in the Icelandic sort of environment where people in the coastal areas that are eating fish that are high in vitamin D have got the same levels like those people that are pastoralists with sheep that are eating this grass. The problem is a lot of these people, they don't, they'll eat more of the meat and some of the other stuff the store food that, as I call it, that have come in, like, the plant-based food that have come into those areas, and they have a bit more of that, but they're not getting enough of the dairy as they used to, where before it was, like half their diet was dairy and the other half was more or less animal foods with some plants. Now it's sort of plants have increased, and while the amount of animal foods have slightly gone down in terms of the meats, it's more the dairy that's come down in these older people, and that's where I think they're not getting enough vitamin D, and they don't supplement because it's not a normal thing in their culture to do. So they're probably more vulnerable to vitamin D deficiency than what it was in the past. So that's another issue. There's all these little nuanced things, why certain people, in certain regions live for longer for a certain period of time, and then years later things change because other things get introduced, new lifestyles. This is where the confounding variables of lifestyle changes and stores coming in and sort of, and unless you have localized knowledge like I have, because I've been to the village, I lived in the village, I'm herded in the summer, limited, assisting my auntie goats. So I have some actual experience, real life experience, not some academic in an ivory tower talking about this, but actually being part of that community and living and seeing the sort of shift, seeing some of the old ladies the way they ate, and then seeing some of the others the way the middle-aged people and all that, how they were eating more of this processed stuff, more of the stuff that was coming from the towns, the nearby towns. At the time, I didn't really register this. This just sort of, oh yeah, normal, because I was doing it as well as a youngster. But I noticed that the older people were eating more organ meats. They were eating more other things, more traditional, less, you didn't see any processed things with the old grannies and the old people. So and sort of some of the foods that they were consuming, you sort of go, you sort of, because you're brought up I was born in Tasmania, in Australia, so I had some of those attitudes about certain types of those sort of foods. It took me a while to get used to organ meats or starting to eat some certain types of animal foods that I wasn't, like my father would eat eels and all sorts of things, where I sort of, was sort of like yucky to me, because that's how I was brought up in Australia, so it was a much more difficult thing. So it's these sort of shifts that happen slowly, insidiously over one generation. These shifts can happen and people don't even notice it. One day, when I was a young person, I ate this way. 10 years later on, I'm eating completely different, because the food environment around me has changed so radically. Most people don't think about food. It's just supermarkets got different stuff. Oh, that's interesting. Let me try that and let me try this. We don't think about in terms of health. We're thinking about, how does it taste? Very different thinking. And that's understandable, because our ancestors would have done the same thing. In an environment where there were limited food supply, they would have tried different things. How does it taste? Is it poisonous? Is it dangerous? We'll give that a miss. If you're getting, like you try a bit and you get really sick and you have diarrhea and really bad stomach cramps and all that, you say, well, definitely not eating that. They'll try a very small amount to see, because it won't kill you, but you'll know that steer away from that. And the shaman would have done that and all that sort of stuff. But we don't have that experience. We just see it's processed food. It's in a supermarket. We go, wow, we're in the store. It's the new stuff. It's, modernity. And modernity is attractive to all people. They want to fit in. They want to be modern. So even in tribal areas, you see modernity. Tourists turn up with their kibble and stuff like that. Remember what Mary Ruddock was saying about the chief in one of the Hadza groups, because he was getting all the treats. He wouldn't give them to the others, luckily for them, but he was getting all the treats, and he was pre-diabetic. She actually tested his blood sugars and stuff like that, and his insulin and a few other things I think she did as well. No ketones, but he was just, pre-diabetic, this guy. So yeah, within one generation, things can really change if you're exposed to different things. It's problematic. Yeah. Look, you definitely, when you see that sort of stuff, you definitely got a gallbladder issue, and that takes time to resolve. Taurine helps, so does milk thistle, and so does choline as well, to export the fat out and actually improve liver function, which eventually improves also gallbladder function. But it does take some time, depending how much gallbladder sludge you have. If you've got sludge, it can take much longer, months. If you've just got stones, that you emulsify them slowly, to some degree with taurine, and then they will slowly come out. So that's the safest way of actually getting rid of them in that regard. Indy C, how are you? Hope things are going better with you as well. And I hope you've looked at some of my recent protocols as well. So, and found some interesting strategies to sort of, and especially the one with the recent one with the Synalytics, that me and someone else, one of my subscribers, sort of got me thinking and going down another rabbit hole, and Paul that it was, and coming up with some new insights. So hope that it was of help. Good, good. Yeah, look, I know a number of people have basically gone to higher doses like those in terms to resolve issues. If you're going to do that at that level, I usually only recommend people do it between 3 and 6 months and no more, and then sort of step back below 10. Just because we don't have human trials beyond that sort of months, and I do get a bit concerned, like anything, I don't think it's unsafe. I've actually, in equivalent to rat studies, we've actually seen that I think the highest dose that I've ever seen in taurine of equivalent weight and size to a rat would be equivalent in a human, and this was for 3 months in the rat. Three. It's either 3 or 4 months. I can't remember exactly now, and they were doing equivalent in human dosage to the weight in kilograms. It was basically about, I think I calculated about 35 grams per day. So they're an omnivore, and they can tolerate that high. I suspect we could probably do that as well, but I can't recommend it. As you know, I have to basically stay within the not that I'm following any guidelines, but I'm recommending in regards to, if anyone challenges me, I can back it up with research and say, look, here I've got research to back that, but I don't have for these higher doses. But they seem to be quite safe in animal models. But I say to people, if you want to experiment, do it short term for a month, see how you feel. Don't push the envelope. Don't be too adventurous, so to speak. And there's sometimes 1 month on, 1 month off from these high doses, and see how that improves things. I'm always reluctant to basically, I don't want people to get into trouble. Basically, I want people to heal. If it takes a bit longer, I'm more concerned about people not getting into trouble. And even if it takes a few extra months, I know some people are impatient. They want quicker results, but sometimes I do have concerns, especially because sometimes people may have underlying other issues, like they may have mitochondrial dysfunction, other things, and then these high doses may not be indicated. Then sub 10 grams may be more appropriate for people with a lot of mitochondrial problems. So I have to be very careful in that regard. And even with people that with cancer and all that, I only recommend up to 10, because they will have some level of mitochondrial damage. I would love to recommend higher, but I don't have the research, whether in an animal model or a human model with underlying that sort of pathology, to basically say, well, it's safe. I can't say that. I suspect it is, but I can't say it. Can you read between the lines what I'm trying to say? I have to be careful what I say, especially today's. I mean, just you've probably heard about Bobby's perspective. Seems he's being taken down. Vegan deterioration. She was taken down. She's got a sort of a second channel that I think they're both using. But the woke brigade are becoming far more militant against channels that are not following the party line, so to speak. So it's a much more hostile environment. I'm trying to keep on the narrow. So when they argue with me, like they demonetize or whatever, I can argue back, because usually I just give it the set. I put on the 8th day now, so they can't really do much then, and they usually respond pretty quickly when I do that, because what are they going to do? As after the 7th day, they have to either tell me or not. And it's usually, well, what's the issue? And they literally remonetize me immediately. It's annoying, but that's what I have to do when I actually release anything new nowadays, which is unfortunate. But then I'm covered, because they can't come back, because legally they've actually said it's okay, because there is no issue. But I don't want to give them an issue, if you know what I mean. I've got to be very careful. So, nah, that's the reason why I'm a bit cagey in the way I go about it. Thanks for all the info, Harry, and all the way from sunny UK. Yeah, it's pretty miserable down here, mate. It's pretty miserable. Yes, on the cool side. Tom, good to see you, mate. Ah, yes, yes. I did have my milk a bit earlier today. Blocking out blue light with glass really helped me with my sleep. Yeah, it did with me. I'm just one of those people that are so damn sensitive to blue light compared to other people. It's sort of, look, it explains. I used to have short, like eye issues as well. Like Bart's had, I used to have a lot of, and I did LASIK a number of years ago, and that's why I don't wear glasses, reading glasses or stuff like that, or distance glasses anymore. I had myopia, but so I've always had issues with my eyes. So I can understand why I'm probably more sensitive in that regard, like yourself, Nick. So I did all the other stuff, even high doses of taurine in the evening, sort of improved the sleep because they sort of normalized cortisol improve. But I was still, because I was playing computer games, I was doing things on my screens or watching TV and all that. Now I've got rid of that. I've got the screens. Then after about 9ish, I'm not on computers. I just get off them completely at 9 o'clock. Once this live stream finishes, that's it. And I've got a projector, so I don't have a TV anymore. I've got it in my other room, so in the daytime I can actually have the TV on. That's fine, but I don't have it in the evening. I use a projector, so a projector onto the wall, and that's the way I do it. So that's how I've eliminated, and that small amount, now I sleep right through. I have not got up at evening. I only had one case, and that was a couple of weeks back, and that was due to stress. I was really stressed about something, but I won't go. That's personal. I won't go into it. But yeah, that was the sort of issue. But otherwise, and that's normal. We're humans after all. And, we will have stress, and we will have things in different capacity to cope. But yeah, these sort of things really made the difference for me, and the lighting. So really made the difference. I'm glad I came across that information because that was very important. I noticed Reason Bob is finally okay. Is he? I haven't received any notifications from him. I should take a look and see what he's on about. Okay, fair enough. When I fast over 3 days, then after first meal, always had some diarrhea. Okay, is it due to a gallbladder? It potentially is. Potentially is. It may be other issues, but it potentially is. It may be gut microbiome imbalance that still hasn't been resolved. The only thing that can actually regulate that properly is taurine, as you know. I don't need to go into that, into the details. I've already done a video on the metabolite that actually improves the gut microbiome. So there is a video. So if you do microbiome, Harry Serpanos, you'll find that video. It's via inflammasome. And I've been eating high fat over 2 years, but looks like I still have some sludge problems sometimes. So you're still getting a bit of lighter feces. That usually is a giveaway that you've got sludge. I was getting it for about up to 2 years, which was damn annoying. And I was doing high doses of taurine to clear the stuff out, and it was still taking some time. I've had people that have actually had like sludge have resolved it in 6 months. And it took me over 2 years. Go figure. Don't know. Why that big difference between somebody else and myself? Is it the amount of issue, genetics, other factors? I'm not sure. None of us know because there's no research on that. When it comes to gallbladder, the only research that exists is how to remove a gallbladder. There's plenty of that. Surgical research on how to remove a gallbladder, there's plenty of it. But about how to resolve gallbladder issues, there's bugger all, and most of it's nonsense. It's all the low fat nonsense, which is contraindicated. Here you've got a child when born, the mother gives it massive amounts of taurine. It's probably the only time in your life you'll actually get massive amounts of taurine. I wonder why. Because one, it inhibits pathogenic growth in the small intestine, because remember, your small intestine as a child is still not the tight junctions haven't sealed. So you've got leaky gut as a child when you're born, as a baby. But that's fine because you're only getting you're actually breastfeeding, and you're not getting anything else in it. But also, it's massive amounts. The human breast milk has got one of the highest levels of taurine. It does help in brain development, taurine as well. So it is used for that as well. But it also is used for a lot of the other physiological, but also to cleanse the small intestine. That means to create a bile that is basically more concentrated and actually can clear the small intestine and protect the child from any pathogens. So very important in immunomodulating at the gut level. So it plays a big role in that regard. Unfortunately, this is why a lot of us have got gut problems, immune problems, and stuff like that, because it is related to the gallbladder as well. The body is interconnected. Remember, I always tell you, stop thinking reductionist, thinking holistically, that all these things are working in synergy together. And if one doesn't work, it really affects downstream other systems in the body. You can't detox properly because you've got a gallbladder problem, because a gallbladder is used as a way of getting rid of toxins. So if your gallbladder isn't working properly, you can't excrete toxins well, you can't excrete heavy metals, you can't excrete excess minerals. So usually people have got a lot of gallbladder issues. I don't encourage people like that to take trace minerals and stuff like that, because I first want to sort out the gallbladder issue, and then the body can really regulate that properly. Once the gallbladder is working properly, you've got too much manganese or this or that or whatever, it'll excrete it. It's really good at doing that. But as long as it's working properly, the gallbladder. So it's an important organ, even though we cut it out, when it gets inflamed. But the problem is, if we weren't eating species inappropriate foods, we wouldn't need it to be removed or cut out. They are bloody pricey, $29.95, I think, nearly $30 each a pop. So yes, one of mine recently, my kitchen one failed. I'm not amused at all. So, and I gave my other excess ones, I gave them to Dad. I bought some for him, but then I gave him some extras. So now I have to order some new ones because I thought I'd, anyway. I'm a bit annoyed anyway. So, waiting for the order to be processed and delivered. G'day, Camille. Good to see you here. Or is it Cami? That's an I. It actually, on there, it seems like an L. Over here, seems like an I. Confusing. I'll just say Cami. I suspect that's what it is. And the brand of glasses. Oh, go up here. This is the company, and that's the bulbs, and they also have glasses. Let me just find the page where they have glasses. And here's that's their glasses. So the first one was the bulbs, and the second one was their glasses. So they have different varieties of glasses and stuff like that. Very much plain style, but also with a bit of, there's a couple there that are a bit more, with the brown sort of, and then there's the aviator type glasses and sort of the rounded type, sort of different styles and all that. So, and when you look at the actual glasses themselves, they'll actually show you. I'll put on this screen. Give me a sec. So I'll just share it. So you can actually see here, that's one of the aviator ones. Got the features. They'll tell you all the actual 100% the blue and green light from 400 to 550 nanometers. So that's the red ones. That's for late in the evening. I don't bother. I've got these ones, which I can have up to 9 o'clock because then I've got the projector. And so because I've got a projector, I don't have to have the late ones at night. The other ones, these are just good enough because it's not direct on me. It's reflected blue light, which is very little. So it's good enough because green light actually doesn't reflect very well. It's more the blue, so this will cover me quite comfortably for all the afternoon and evening. Where if I had like a proper TV, then I would have to have both these because these are nightfall ones, as they call them. So you can actually see the frequencies. So it's the red spectrum, near infrared as well. So if we go back, oops. So these are the type that I'm wearing are the sundown. They call them sundown. So I'll just pick that one for now. Sort of the Elton John. Hold on. Here it is. So you can actually see this one here has a bit of this sort of yellow and a bit of the green. So it doesn't go, it only goes up to 500 nanometers. It doesn't go all the way up to, to the 550. So that's the nightfall ones that go all the way to that level. And so you get a very tiny amount. That's if you're looking at a screen. This screen actually, the one here actually turns off, has a blue light feature, and that's why it goes dark. You guys have probably seen some of my videos where the video and the camera and all that, they go my background goes very like reddish. That's because these screens are going down in the amount of blue light. So even at night, I could probably do with these glasses fine. I don't need the red ones, but that's because I've got the other technologies that I'm using, so I don't really have to worry. But obviously, if you didn't want to basically say, I don't want to replace my TV with a projector, I don't want to do all these other things that you've done, Harry, I'll just buy 2 pairs, one for sundown and one for late in the evening with red. It's cheaper. Yeah, definitely is cheaper as an option to go down that way. So I'll leave that for people to decide which way they want to go. It's not for me to tell you this way or that way or whatever. Give it a try. See, what works and what doesn't work for you in that regard. Oops, very short. I think we can get rid of that. All right. Somehow I survived my first chemo 2 weeks ago. I was hellish and good. Worst pain I have experienced. I hope you were taking a lot of like 10, maybe plus taurine because it's chemoprotective. Remember the research that I talked about? I hope you were on taurine as well while you were doing that. Please tell me you were. Remember what I said? Women require slightly more fat than men. Remember the 1-to-1 ratio fat to protein for men, 1.2 to 0.8 for women. So it's like for men, it's probably 35 to 40% of their intake coming from protein, fat 65 to 60. For women, it's the other way around. It's like, 20, 25, sort of either side 5, like 20 or especially if you've basically got like any neurological stuff like that, you want to have your fats up to the proportion of intake to be about 70, and your protein, 75, and your protein to be about 25 in that regard, or 80 in particular if you've got neurological stuff and all that. So women do require a bit more for their endocrine system and their general feeling better. They also get into ketosis much easier than men as well. So it actually tells us something that women do require a bit more fat than men. It's more indicated for them. Yes, it does. I do apply a bit of meditation as well, and a bit of sort of breathing exercise and stuff like that. It does help. We want to be more in a ketotic state. We don't want to, because fasting can actually be cancer protective, can actually protect also the cancer cells. So we don't actually want to do that when you've got when you're in a metastatic state. In the early stages of cancer, it's different. Yes, fasting is indicated. In a metastatic state, it's not. So slightly different. That's when we use all the other strategies to slow it down and put it into remission and then knock it off with senolytics. So different strategies. Indy was a bit further down the track in terms of her prognosis, so she needed to do something a bit more radical. Hope she used some of the methods to basically the chemoprotective methods of taurine while she was doing the actual chemotherapy. But then she needs to do some of the other stuff to eliminate those, whatever cells have been left there. She needs to get rid of those quickly and then try and improve her general cellular health. Thanks, mate. I found myself a number of channels that have sort of gone, even some other, I've come across a number of channels that, and recently also Bart has identified a number of channels that have gone Ray Pete, sort of, that were carnivore now have become Ray Pete. And I realized I was subscribing to them, and I'm going, well, I'm not going to support people that are basically promoting like Saladino. Now he's up to 40 grams of, carbohydrates, and in particular, ones which are high in fructose, which is absolute ridiculous. I mean, even Lustig did the research where he had children, young children, and he gave them a processed food. Nothing. We're not talking about here anything of use. We gave them processed food, and that processed food, the excess processed food that he gave them, he made sure one was starch, so glucose, and the other one had fructose in it. The kids that were taking the fructose, they were getting fatty liver. The kids that basically were, just taking glucose, they were reversing fatty liver. Now you can still, if you have excess energy coming in from glucose, you can still, from carbohydrates and stuff like that, you can still basically end up adding to your adipose tissue, to your fat cells. We're not talking about we're talking about the liver here. The liver is very important in terms of, driving insulin resistance or not. So it's really important. So, just to clarify that. And he actually found that liver fat goes up with fructose. We know it. It's the way the animals actually engage the Randall cycle and the way they fatten up. They fatten with fructose. We know in nature, there are even, not only mammals, even fish. Every species on the planet uses fructose in order to fatten up. It can even generate its own endogenous fructose, some animals, in order to fatten up seasonally. They actually have a seasonal signal, So, and we can actually cause some increase, like when we're taking glucose. If we've got like hormonal derangements, we can actually increase our endogenous, fructose production. So we can take 30% of our basically. We always take a very small amount of glucose, and we can convert it into fructose. We need some amount for glycosylation purposes, a very small amount, and for certain other areas. It's not essential for the body. You don't need to consume it, but your body can actually produce a very small amount that it requires for some of the biological functions that are happening. And so in that regard, yes. But in a deranged state, your body can actually convert 30% of the glucose into fructose. So, and some animals do it deliberately to fatten up, as I've said. So, Salad Boy, I forgot to hit Cammy's thing. Salad Boy is just completely and utterly out of it. I watched a clip with Saladino yesterday, and he binged about his insulin, his basal blood glucose being lower now than on carnivore. He had a number to confirm that. Now, is that even possible? Yes, it is, because remember, fructose isn't turned into glucose. It goes into the liver and gets converted to fat. Fructose doesn't actually raise insulin much. It doesn't. Where it actually happens is when you take a lot of glucose and fructose together, plus protein and fat. That's when you engage the Randall cycle, and you can actually push up. You can magnify the insulin and blood glucose levels. But if you're actually just having pure fructose, or mostly fructose in that regard, then you won't raise insulin as much, because it's not very insulin. It doesn't raise insulin much, fructose. It actually will go and get converted into fat. That's what it gets. That's why we say that fructose actually causes liver fat. So it works differently. It's not like alcohol. Pure alcohol won't raise much insulin or blood glucose, but it will produce fat. Fatty liver comes from alcohol. It uses the same pathway as alcohol. That's why animals use it to fatten up. They use the oleo pathway polio pathway to actually generate fructose, in many cases, to produce more fattening. Especially hibernating animals like bears and stuff like that. So it's so what he's saying, that insulin and all that, yes, but what he's doing is, what he doesn't realize is he's actually increasing his blood sugars. May not be super high, or his insulin may not be super high, but basically what he's doing is he's increasing his liver fat and organ fat. So he's increasing his, less his subcutaneous, but more his visceral and organ fat. So the fat around organs and the fat inside organs is increasing. That's what fructose does. So no, it's not healthy at all. And it is glycating like crap. Now, the old research used to say that fructose glycates 7 times more than glucose. The recent research is saying that if you're engaging the Randall cycle and you've got more circulating sugar for longer periods, the level of glycation can be up to 10-fold, 10 times more than glucose. So it is quite glycating in that regard. Let's not forget that dementia in the brain is glycation, severe glycation that can't be cleared out. Taurine actually clears out the glycation and refolds the protein structure. So meat gives you that clears out and folds that. So that's really important. And choline also helps breaking down that stuff. But that's a side issue. It's just, I wanted to bring it up as an example that fructose is not good for the brain, is not good for organs. So just because it doesn't produce the same insulin effect that pure glucose does, that's not an argument. It still basically creates liver fat. So, and in combination with some of the other foods that he can do, it can increase the actual Randall cycle activation, even in a low grade with the excess fat it can actually build up fatty deposits even faster. So, over time, that will become an issue. And it's a very high deuterium food. So we know deuterium does damage the mitochondria. So that is an isotope, a stable isotope. You may have not heard it because you're probably new to my channel, but it's a stable isotope of hydrogen. So you've got hydrogen which is pure, your basic hydrogen, which is basically light, or what we call light water. So light water has only one proton in the center and an electron that circulates around in whatever superposition. Okay. On the other hand, deuterium is heavy water. It's actually double the weight. And basically what it has in its nucleus, it has basically a proton, one single proton, but also one neutron. This neutron is the problem. So when you go through the Krebs cycle, which is where you produce water production, you basically will remove there's enough enzymes to remove small amounts of deuterium. So foods that are lower in deuterium, so 130 parts per million and lower, your body can actually deplete those. That means remove those extra deuterium, ions, and replace them, swap them over for hydrogen ones, and then you urinate that out. So if you have excess, the level of deuterium in your urine can be from 200 odd, sometimes even less than 200. If somebody's on like a really high ketogenic, high fat, like diet from animal foods, like high fat animal foods, then they can have very low deuterium in their urine. But if you're on a very high level, very high level of deuterium from those sort of sources, then that's a different thing altogether. So, deuterium can be a big problem, and you cannot deplete it. And then it will go into what we call the metabolic water. and then it will try to go through into the protein gradient where the electron chain, you've got all these pumps that are pumping in all these protons. Well, they also pump in there a number of neutrons. Those neutrons then, if you have small amounts, I'll go through the ATP synthase. This little motor, which we call complex 5, rotates. That actually produces energy. It's called magnesium ATP. So adds a phosphate and a magnesium molecule, and it actually produces energy, spark of energy. And it's actually rotating there at 9,000 RPM. So when you get a few neutrons that come through, it slows it down. If you get quite a few, it smashes it and destroys it. That's how you lose mitochondrial efficiency over time. If he continues eating this high deuterium stuff, which tends to be, the fructose stuff tends to be around about 155 parts per million, which is what most glucose is and most stuff. And if he's on like things like honey or agave or stuff like that, the higher the fructose, the higher the parts per million, because it's a growth factor. It's used by so honey, for instance, will even be higher. So he uses honey. It'll be even some honey can be up to 160 parts per million, even higher than raw sugar. So what if you consume too much of this fructose, then your body doesn't have the ability to remove those heavy water ions. So you get in the actual metabolic water that your Krebs cycle creates, so you can actually run your electron chains for ATP synthase energy. You will have more in that water, less hydrogen ions, but more, or light water. You'll have more heavy water, which has more neutrons, and those neutrons will bust your nanomotors. They will bust your mitochondria and reduce their efficiency. And as you reduce the efficiency of your mitochondria, your cells have less energy to repair themselves. Less energy means they become senescent. They age faster. And as they age faster, at this quantum biological level of energy production, as they age faster because not enough energy to fix them, they move to senescence, and from senescence they can also move into a cancer state. I've discussed that in my cancer videos. If you really want to understand it properly, go and check my cancer videos. I explain it in much greater depth. Anyway, so Salad Boy, Saladino has no friggin' idea what he's doing to his body or talking. Just take a look at him. He looks much worse. And his electrolyte issue had more to do with not eating enough protein, getting enough taurine, which regulates your electrolytes. So I used to have the same problems in a low carbohydrate state until I started consuming more meat, which normalized that. And then when I took taurine, that really fixed the problem completely. Look, Weston A price guidelines, that's the modern day people. Forget about them. They got no idea what they're talking about. They're just pushing a paleo with a lot of carbs in it. It's just junk, gin. Weston A price was, he was an academic researcher in dentistry. He was the head of the Dental Association of America. He was well connected with politicians back then, and they gave him a whole lot of money to do research, government research. And he went around the world researching all these different peoples and realized very quickly that the people that were basically the healthiest was the ones that are eating more animal fats and getting more fat-soluble vitamins. And that's really the thing. Animal proteins and fat-soluble vitamins that made the difference of the health of these people. That they consumed some carbohydrates. He actually used to say that seed oils and refined carbohydrates were the foods of civilization with a problem. And this guy was a vegetarian and realized that animal-based nutrition was superior. Now, unfortunately, the more, Weston A Price Foundation and its groups and all that, they've gone into the processed food industry. They produce, keto bars and low carb bars and all that, full of seed oils and all sorts of crap. They have moved so far away from their founders as a as an organisation that, yeah, I've lost a lot of respect for the organisation. The way the organisation was, had some good information, but now they've really lost their way, unfortunately. Yep, and that's the thing. A lot of us have done a lot of damage, and it takes time, Nick. I say to people, you've got to be patient. Weren't born ancestrally. As I said, you can see people like Mary Ruddock. She's turned her whole health around, but she can't keep up with an 80-year-old Maasai running up a hillside. That tells you that we've sustained a lot of mitochondrial damage, a lot of senescence we've got. So we're dealing, a lot of the way we react, we get the right nutrition and we don't feel like 100%. We go, I'm doing everything right. But you've still got a lot of underlying senescence. All that senescence cells are actually increasing cytokines, producing cytokines. Well, that's not being addressed. Yes, better sleep as well, melatonin, so more taurine, so getting more taurine to improve your sleep at night, all that helps. All this doesn't, it makes a big difference. Already talked about the kilovins many times. It's nonsense as well. I'll explain it shortly. Yeah, look, people in those sort of, there is an area in Russia where this is where a lot of the research on deuterium actually happened that I've talked about in the past, that I've covered, and it was really related to the research of these academics. So, yeah. Good to hear. They're on a proper species appropriate diet. That's why, Tracy. Yes, he's gone down to, he charges $1,000 a pop for consultancies. What a ripoff, to tell people to put fructose down their throat to actually create fatty liver and increase visceral fat. Wonderful advice that this guy's giving. And he's gone to a blue zone, which has been completely and utterly bastardized. It's nothing what it was in the original. These are pastoralists. We know. Even I did remember, I just recently did on Gundry, and he talks about these people. They're pastoralists. Icarians are pastoralists. Even Mary Ruddock went to these villages in the mountains and saw that they were pastoralists. Sardinians, even Grundy has actually seen them, knows that they're pastoralists. He just talks about the dairy, forgets about the animal foods that they eat as well. The Loma Linda people, all those older people were eating a lot of, 50% of their diet was coming from dairy. 50%, that's animal foods. And the rest were eating some fish, some other animal foods. Basically, back then, when a lot of this research was done, and the way they were doing basically 2/3 animal foods, 1/3 plants. So they are not plant-based diets. They are more animal-based diets. Even the Loma Linda stuff, the original stuff, it's more dairy, eggs, and stuff like that. So even that, it's just bullshit on bullshit on bullshit. If you really look into them, and even he was shocked when he went there and they told him off. They said, well, because he was acting, I'm a cardiologist, you're not supposed to eat this sort of stuff. Well, they said, we've been doing this for ages. So there's a lot of misinformation now. And if you take a look now, nobody does any studies in the Loma Linda or in these blue zones, because the diets have been so bastardized and so much kibble and junk has come into these societies that now they don't do that. They always go back. Even the study that everybody pounds people, remember the one that Bart did, that was done in the 1950s. This was before refrigeration. Prior to refrigeration, you did not have seasonal starch. You did not have seasonal fruit. Most of the year round, you had animal foods. one type or another. Now, these people may have prioritized more dairy because they ate less animal foods, or they, if it was any, it'll be seafood. But that's how they basically did it. But again, it will be animal-based dominant. And so it sort of explains the longevity. Why are we seeing the same longevity numbers with some of the younger members of these? Why are they having more health problems? I don't think they're going to be as longevity. Many of these longevity zones are basically ceasing to be as foods of civilization, as Price had actually talked about, that they come in with all this processed stuff, changes everything. Yeah, well, he's an idiot. You need fat soluble vitamins. Our very critical for our bodies to regulate all sorts of, especially the collagen degrading enzymes, the MMPs. You definitely do. He's got no idea. Just eat more fat, mate. Just eat more fat. Get more fat into you. And if you're basically got excess energy, you will store that additional. This is what our ancestors did. But unfortunately, the animals nowadays are leaner than they used to be. That's why they have to use seasonal fructose to fatten up. That's what they do. But we've got a better option. And our option is buy more dairy fat and use that. The difference, remember, if you eat excess energy, you'll still store. Doesn't matter where it's coming from. Excess energy will get stored. The difference is, as long as insulin is low, you can still access it. And this is why we talk about 1 or 2 meals a day. And most of the day, just your insulin is going to be low. You're going to access your own energy stores. You'll be fine. You'll be in balance. Much better. I have had some people on multiple meals, but that's because they've had certain conditions. So that's a short-term solution for them. Yeah. I wouldn't worry about him. He's getting $1,000 a pop to just talk nonsense to people. So I wouldn't be too worried about him at all. Taurine helps my fibrosis, oxalate toxicity, and sleep. I have all these problems, and I'll take 2 grams with my last meal. Is that too low? Play around with the numbers. Maybe go up a bit, Cammy. Just sort of. I don't, unless people have, I say go slow and try slightly higher doses. So for general people that have just got general ailments where we're not dealing with massive health issues or whatever, that's when I get them above 6. You can go up to 6 and see how you feel and how that helps. Oxalate is a big issue, oxalate dumping and stuff like that. Do use some citrates in that regard to deal with that. But it can be helpful to basically reduce the problems of oxalates. I know I did the same thing, all these green things and a lot of spinach and stuff like that. Myself, I went through those keto days of, having breakfast with spinach and bacon and eggs and, so, and a whole lot of bags. I used to have 5 or 6 bags a day, every week. So like a whole bag of 100 grams, sometimes even 150 gram of spinach, which is, so I went through a number of years of hell, oxalate dumping and a lot of foaminess and stuff like that. And yeah, I went through all that stuff, but yeah, I'm glad I'm over it. I can tell you. So God, never go back to plants. And taurine helps break down fibrosis. So I've been discharged by my cardiologist recently, and I've got 0 fibrosis in my basically heart, and I've got reduced fibrosis now, probably less than 20% now in terms of my left lung. Still haven't done that scan. I have to go back. I may have to go to my doctor and actually get another form, because I've lost the other one. I can't find it. Don't know where I've got it. I keep forgetting to do it. He's going to be wondering why the hell hasn't he done the test yet. God. Okay, so he does actually. So he's gone to dairy fat. So he's gone to dairy fat. Yeah, I know why he's gone to dairy fat, because it's higher in saturated fat. Dairy fat is much higher in saturated fat and less in mono, and PUFA. That's why he's gone to that. It's the reason. Okay, but he's still taking in far too much carbohydrate, in particular fructose. Look, I have no idea. Some people lie and cheat. It is a reality, Cammy. It is a reality, because if I want to basically make my numbers look good, I know how to as well. I can just change a number of things that I do, and those numbers will look exactly whatever I want them to look. So I say to people, do your own test. You do the same stuff and then go and test and see what happens. That's the best test you can do, your own test. Don't rely on gurus online or me or anyone. That's why I don't do tests, because you need to test yourself. You need to validate it yourself in your own mind. This sort of bullshit, everybody, oh, look at boy, it's like a child, No, you need to validate it in your own mind. Does it work for you and stuff like that? So, yes, keep that in mind. So I have no idea. I can't actually comment about these figures and stuff like that. So, and if you've actually got more bound testosterone, what about his free testosterone? I don't know. Some people, they're they're other. It depends on what he's, because that's not going to be free. That's overall total testosterone. You may have more bound rather than free testosterone. Free testosterone also plays an important role. So he may be lower on that due to the fructose. So I don't know. And sometimes maybe he withdraws and doesn't eat certain things for a certain period of time and then does the test. So do I know? He's the sort of a person that I don't have a lot of respect for, and I don't really trust, to be honest. So and from my experience and knowing his relationship with Bart, some of the disingenuous behavior and stuff like that sort of makes me question, how sincere he is with some of this sort of stuff. I'm not claiming that he's lying or anything. I just don't trust the person. So, and I think that people should not trust anyone online, including me, no one. You should do your own check. You should validate your own stuff, So that's very important. Yes. Yes, Arnie, you'll be back. Quick while Roy is gone. Oh, that's how far behind I am, I realised. You know what? Now I can actually fly right through, because you're not asking questions. You're talking shit amongst yourselves as normal. put salt in the taurine. God. Min flies. Oh God. This is what happens. I walk away, go for a pee, and it just degenerates completely and utterly. See what happens, Commodore? I can't be away for a few minutes without it going to shit the entire chat. Do you find some animals bake carbs help Moosey? God almighty. Conversation that they had. Oh, Paul just splashes up a single snapshot result of just like, this could be from different times of the day in order to manipulate the yeah, yeah, exactly. I have no idea. I know a lot of vegans lie and do naughty things with their tests, and they actually tell us after, once they've actually got on, there is no way, unless you actually test the person, you got no idea. That's why I don't do it, because I consider it disingenuous. I'm here, whatever I actually put forward or discuss or with you guys, I always back it up with research, with good research, not sort of the dodgy epidemiological or other, crackpot type reductionist nonsense that unfortunately Paul has a tendency to sort of focus on. Always, mate, always. Oh God. Oh God. Well, SIBO can only get removed by going zero carb and consuming quite a bit of taurine, because it basically is a digestive problem of overgrowth of bacteria. So they're in the small intestine. And so if you've got a gallbladder issue, it takes time to basically fix that. And taurine is very important to basically create the proper bile in order to cleanse the small intestine and get rid of SIBO. So SIBO can only get rid of, you can try all these different concoctions and stuff like that. So you can take things which are, like oregano oil and all these bloody things and whatever. The problem is it's a hit and miss. It'll actually damage some beneficial bacteria as some of the non-beneficial. So it is much better to actually have proper bile flow to cleanse the small intestine and have sufficient growth of bifidobacteria, and also things like the lactobacilluses and stuff like that are acid loving, that stay in those part of the body that actually also suppress the other pathogens, and that actually creates a more balanced microbiome. And also you bring histamines down, you bring in spermidine that actually creates, because spermidine is the key thing that actually grows massive amounts of bacterial growth. The only thing that can suppress through inflammasome, interleukin 18, and AMP, the only thing that can regulate that mechanism that actually can suppress in spermidine and histamine in the gut and normalize the gut microbiome through AMP is basically taurine. And I've done the video on the metabolite in the gut microbiome. So, but give it time. It takes time to normalize things. And you may need also that Ruteri brand of that I talk about in my other videos. It suppresses C. diff and a lot of other things. You may need to take that for 6 months in order to suppress certain things permanently out of your system. Yeah, because I bloody forgot, Tom, to basically take a pee earlier today. So, I only had taken one pee in the morning, and then I forgot. And I did 2 hours before my live stream feel like it, but then I got involved in something else in a phone conversation. I forgot all about it. And by the time I blame Dad, because he had actually called me. And so, yeah. So as a consequence, I go, now it's all, an hour and a half later, I'm going, oh, I need to go. I can't hold it for another hour and a half. It's not going to happen. Yes. Definitely has, Nick. Definitely has. Okay. Look, some people have genetics, and certain genetics which predisposes them to building more fat cells. And that's actually, if you're engaging the Randall cycle and you can actually build more fat cells, you can actually prevent a lot of inflammation. because if you can create extra fat cells, you can store excess energy without it, creating a lot of inflammation. Because when you have difficulty storing energy, because you're engaging a Randall cycle, you can't store it anymore. What actually happens in the fat cells is you start getting fats leaking out, and also inflammatory cytokines and macrophage coming in, trying to clear it all up. So you get massive inflammation throughout the body. If you can produce more fat cells, you can actually, as a consequence, prevent inflammation. Yes, you end up with more subcutaneous fat, the love handles and all that. So you become big, wobbly and all that, but you don't end up with high inflammation. So you can actually be healthier than a skinny person who has very little fat cells and actually becomes inflamed very quickly because they can't store fat, but they're engaging the Randall cycle as well. So there is some talk that the vitamin D can actually, and this is vitamin D in general, not only supplementation, can actually regulate fat cells and all that to specific phenotype with genetics. But it's only been in animal studies that we've actually confirmed that. I have not seen in humans. It may not. I don't know in that regard. But it's not going to be excess vitamin D supplementation that's going to cause it. This is just a normal genetic response to excess energy, and you've got the genetics for that. It's just basically the people that, it's a correlation. I have never seen studies that show like a relationship. So it may just because there are certain mechanisms that are involved in reducing Randall cycle activity and stuff like that. And vitamin D does play a role in that, like taurine and other things. And so it may just be an associational sort of relationship that these people also tend to build fat cells and store away. But you don't see it in everyone. You don't see it in the toffies, thin on the outside, fat on the inside. You don't see it. Those build a lot of visceral fat, those sort of people. So you don't see it in those. So I think it's just reductionist nonsense, Tracy. And I think it's sort of a thing. I would say to people, show me the exact mechanism, which is a repeatable mechanism. But I haven't seen anything in that regard. It's probably more associational stuff that people are talking about. There's a lot of associational stuff, shark attacks, many things that are associational. But in order to infer causality, we need to basically either show, that there's no inverse relationship ever in any study. If there is only in one, it means it's just an association, a false association, not a real association. It's just an artifact of just many confounding variables in a study. It doesn't tell you anything other than that. But if it's close related, it may have a relation. But then you would have to do a mechanistic study to show a cause and effect relationship, and the signaling and whatever else is happening. So I'm not saying it's not the case, but I say you got to be very careful because there's a lot of people promoting really spurious, nonsensical science and all that. Yes, it actually is good, phosphatidylserine. Yes, it is for the brain. So I'd agree with her on that. It also has, in high doses, it can actually silence a number of genes that can turn off. This is neurological genes, but phosphatidylserine you don't really need to supplement. And the thing is, cortisol, for sleeping, you can actually bring it down much faster and better physiologically with taurine. So eating more meat, you'll get more taurine. It will regulate and bring down cortisol levels. Phosphatidylserine does something similar. Yes, it does. And it could be used for that purpose. Give it a try. It may work. It doesn't work for everyone. Let me put it that way. But for some people, and it may be genetic, the reason for why it works for some people and it doesn't work for other people. So, but when it comes to taurine, on the other hand, because it's a regulator, it basically will dampen down. It doesn't actually turn off cortisol. It brings it down to the normal physiological range. So then it allows in the evening, because cortisol goes through cycles. In the morning, it'll go up, then it will come down to about 11 o'clock. It'll be at the lowest. And then from there, it'll rise again up slightly in the mid-afternoon and come down in the early evening. That's the normal cycle of cortisol, and it's well regulated by genetics. What taurine does is it actually brings it back to that regular cycle. So it doesn't do any other thing magical and all that. Now, obviously, if you take blue light in, you may have regulated the cortisol level, but you still can have lower melatonin, because it's not the cortisol that's suppressing it, but the blue light that is actually causing that effect, which does stimulate slightly cortisol as well, blue light. So in a sense, yes, it is related, but it's more the blue light that's actually the driver, the causal factor, not the cortisol, in a sense. But phosphatidylserine does help with sleep and a lot of neurological diseases. But if you're eating enough protein so you're getting enough serine and phospholipids, you will produce enough phosphatidylserine within yourself. I only recommend it primarily as a supplement for people that have got certain brain disorders and stuff like that, issues with their brain, and then I put them on very high doses for a couple of months in order to silence the genes, and then tell them stay strict carnivore from now on, to silence those genes. That's the only time I do it, and that's what the research showed out of Tel Aviv University, where they actually, were able to switch off epigenetically those genes completely. Nothing else does it. So phosphatidylserine does it in that regard. If you're eating eggs and stuff like that, you will get a lot of phospholipids and serine plus from the meats. So you should be covered quite easily. But there are certain cases. I know she does deal with extreme cases. And I usually do recommend people go to Mary Rudder for extreme, because I don't do consultancy. I don't have the case, but I do have a lot of respect for some of her research stuff. She does it low. She does it more. She doesn't do a carnivore diet. She does sort of carnivore-ish, but she does sort of a more of a low carb, a ketogenic type more. So she does have small amounts of plants in her diet. So I don't really recommend, but she'll deal with carnivores as well. I do send carnivores to her in terms of consultancy, because she does extreme certain cases, so she's pretty good at that sort of regards, and she does know a lot of this sort of stuff, so I've had conversations with her, and I brought up things and she goes, oh yeah, I was aware of that, and I'm going, yeah, or she talks, so she's well read, let's put it that way. She's a cluey woman, and a nutritional researcher that goes around the world looking at tribal populations. And so she is nuanced in that regard. Not many people know about phosphatidylserine. Very few. She does. I'm aware. My awareness is from the Israeli research. She wasn't aware of that, and I sort of brought her up to date about it. So she was aware of the phosphatidylserine from sleep and other factors and other neurological issues, where I was sort of looking at more genetics and looking at how it affects genetics and stuff like that, and transcription factors, and turning on and methylating the sort of our genome, and turning on and turning off things. So that was really my sort of focus, because I was dealing with some people that had sort of neurological. That's where I looked into the research of turning off genes, which was important in that regard. And I think this is where people that have got schizophrenia, people that have got bipolar, like Amber Hearn, I think by including these animal foods, they tend to basically get the phospholipids, they get the serine, and it really silences those genes that are affecting them, that are driven by sugar, reactivates them. That's why when you've got those issues, you've got to be very clean. Believe me, otherwise you're back on the drugs and the kibble. That's not a good place to be. Anyway, Paul probably thinks he will have more customers if the customers don't need a ban of carbs this week. Look, I have no idea, mate. I have no idea, DJ Projectors, what is actually motivating. I think Paul lost the plot a long time ago, and I think he wasn't getting enough protein. Then he had these electrolyte issues, didn't realize that taurine can fix the issue, and he's gone down the pathway of let's jack up insulin slightly with carbohydrates that retains electrolytes in, because that's what insulin does. It sort of prevents you from losing electrolytes. And so as a consequence, this is why I find it spurious that his insulin levels were lower, especially with the stuff that he does. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. I don't trust the man. Let's put it that way. Personally, that's my personal opinion. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Harry, do you think a meat-heavy diet is contraindicated on a diet that with high diet also high in vegetables and some fiber? Look, the thing is, we do not have any nutritional research, real nutritional research. Let's be completely candid. What we go on is from Randall cycle, understanding the Randall cycle, understanding that fiber is contraindicated because it actually, too much fiber. We don't have a cecum. See, if you've got a cecum, where your appendix is, that means between your colon and your small intestine, you've got an appendix. That used to be a cecum. So the fiber would come in, it put it into the cecum, it would break it down in the cecum. It's like a second stomach. It would break it down, and then it would go into the colon, and then it would be pooped out by the ape. That is less problematic. But if you're actually going from the small intestine straight in because you've got no cecum anymore, straight into the colon, a lot of that, especially if it's also uncooked, especially the fiber, it will have all these hooks, and they create micro tears in the collagen fibers of the small intestine. And that's what eventually can create diverticulitis and a whole lot of other inflammatory bowel conditions. That's right. Also can actually increase prevotella. Prevotella increases, and prevotella also increases many of the interleukins, the inflammatory side, so you increase a lot of that. So prevotella, you still need some prevotella, but prevotella needs to be in a normal range. If it goes too high, then it becomes a problem, and fiber tends to increase it. So you've got this increase and gut imbalance in terms of the gut microbiome imbalance in the colon, which increases inflammation. Plus, you've got the wear, especially if it's not cooked, to break down some of the fibrous material. You've got too much fibrous material, which can scrape against the actual lining of the colon and actually cause micro tears and stuff like that. Do that for long enough in large amounts, because you can't deal. Humans are not, we gave up on that a long time ago. We gave up on a cecum. The apes have got it, the gorillas have got big cecums. The chimps have got slightly smaller, so they can tolerate some fiber, but humans cannot really tolerate. We used to soak it and cook it and all that and break it down. And even tribal people, when they get fibrous stuff, they usually chew through. They take as much glucose out of it as they can, and they spit out all the fiber. They don't eat the fiber. And in many of the tribal groups, they'll actually pound fibrous stuff to break down the fibrous stuff, to get rid of it, to remove it, so they can get more of the starch. That's what they want. They want the starch. They don't want, because remember, leaner animals, you need more of the starch, in that seasonal starch, to fatten up for the winter, for the leaner months. That's what they're doing, So they're not focused on. So fiber is definitely contraindicated. So those sort of vegetables with high fiber, I say if you're going to do any like a low carbohydrate type things, if you're going to do anything, consider a bit of pumpkin, consider a bit of, something like, zucchini and all that, and small amounts of those sort of things. Yeah. If that's what you like or want to have some of that, James, but it's not required. My dad still has a lot of meat in some of these. He makes his zucchini pies because he grows zucchinis. He's been doing that for years. And it's mainly just a bit of zucchini. The inside, he scrapes all out of a small zucchini. He'll scrape all, throw it into a big bucket, and throw in 2 liters of cream, 2 liters of milk, a big slab of feta cheese, which is like 500 grams of feta cheese. So basically, it's more dairy than it's it's just the vegetable matter is more there to, and that is also, he's had those, because when he cut them, he leaves them, and they sort of, when they sort of have like this drying effect, where you leave them, you cut the tip off, you leave them, and they actually sit there, and they just basically, for quite some time. I think I can't remember how many months or whatever before he cuts them open, and usually in the winter he'll make some of his these pies for himself, and that actually breaks down slightly the fibrous component by doing that. So it makes it much softer, and it can actually be mixed easier. When you actually try to get it, like when it's fresh, it's very fibrous. So by leaving it out there, it's sort of like it matures, and it breaks down the fibrous material inside. So when you scrape the inside of the zucchini, the fibrous material has been broken down. And then you've, any lectins and stuff like that, because you've actually using dairy and stuff like that. You're still, even if you pasteurized stuff, you still have some lactoferrin, not a lot, but with the amount of quantity that Dad puts in, he's probably going to get some inhibition of those as well. So I don't recommend that sort of stuff, but it's the least egregious compared to some other stuff that people are consuming out there, especially Salad Boy and these multiple grams of fructose. You can do worse. Let me put it that way. Okay. That was the phosphatidylserine. Yep. Improve the justice system. Remove toilets from court. That's radical. God, the shit will hit the fan then. G'day, Pascal. No way to listen, court. Piss pots under the desk. God, he's an evil man. Can you imagine if he was a judge? God, the goons would just drink it. You got a sick sense of humor. G'day, Andrew. Hi, Harry. What dose of MSM do you recommend? I missed it. If you already said 2 grams. So 1 gram for everybody general. If you've got, let's say, hair and nails that are weak, or you want to grow really thick, luscious hair and all that, I know some women will go up to 4 grams initially, and then they'll just drop back to 2. So they'll do about a month on 4 grams. They'll drop back to 2 as a sort of a level, which they'll maintain, and that will keep them with good nails and thicker hair and stuff like that. If you consume too much, my hair was so bloody thick it got that my the lady that was cutting my hair, this was a couple of years ago, she about 5 years ago, she basically was going, I can't cut through your hair. So that was 4 years ago. Yeah, 4 years ago. Sorry about that. Trying to remember. Yes, losing track of time. And she basically, said it was. So I was, ranking. I was on that time. I was doing about 10 grams of taurine and 4 grams of MSM. Because I was getting a lot of sulfur in amino acids and a couple of grams of choline at the time. So I was sort of trying to fix a lot of issues, and I was in a rush because I'm impatient. Even though I usually recommend to people be patient. Yeah, I know I can be a hypocrite myself. um, but usually I know that sometimes that can also cause some really, because you're going through all these rapid changes, some disturbances, and people can't handle that. I just put up with it. I just go, shut up, Harry, just put up with it, in a sense. So, yeah. So that's why I can't recommend certain, but I just put up with it because I can tolerate. I've got a big tolerance of pain and which is a problem because I can actually drink excessively. I used to and do things excessively. I was a big risk taker as well in my life as a youngster. Doing crazy things, and I was nearly impervious to pain. I just whatever, get up. I remember nearly passing out. I hit my middle here, in my chest, and I nearly passed out. I literally went over the bicycle, slammed my face on the pavement, and then basically got back up and started doing wheelies and all sorts of shit. But that's the sort of didn't give a shit. I very reckless. My father wondered how I survived. Let me put it that way. I used to cross rivers and do all sorts of crazy things. I nearly drowned a couple of times. So, yeah, I was very reckless as a youngster. So let's put it that way. Yeah. Some people say I'm still a bit reckless. What woke means exactly, Harry? Oh, do you really need? Do you realize the censor on the YouTube is basically doot 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 doot? Yes, it's people that are, yes, have got all that, the political correctness and all that sort of stuff, and and they think they're better than everyone else, and yes, all that nonsense, and think that us carnies are evil people and all that, and people that basically have traditions like religious traditions are evil as well. Nasty, evil people. Yes. But it's the misanthropists that want to basically kill. But well, I can't actually say it, can I? You know what we mean about the removal of younger children from the cycle of life, without going into a lot of details. Without sparking the utopia. It's all these sort of crazy people, and so yes, but that is the world. Very much social justice warriors. Look, not everybody's. Look, there are many traditional working class type left wing people, trade unionists and stuff like that, that don't subscribe to this nonsense at all. So the traditional working class left. That's why a lot of the traditional working class actually has abandoned the traditional left parties and went over to Trump, some of them, because they were so disgusted with their own political party, the way it's gone feral in that regard. So, not everyone that is on the left is basically deranged and off their bloody rocket. Some people are just traditional centre left type people with traditional family values and religious values and stuff like that. Some of my relatives are still like that. So, let's not brand them all together into one lump. But yes, they tend to be the more extreme radical element, the more extreme left, and even some extreme right elements are vegetarians and vegans, like Hitler was vegetarian. So they tend to be, the extremes of both the left and right tend to be into flat earth and veganism and some of these conspiratorial over the top sort of things. It's more these extremists at both ends that really are problematic. and are very intolerant of everyone else. And, one's extremely woke. The other one is extremely basically, everybody that doesn't agree with us, we need to knock off sort of attitude. We saw that in the 1930s, So that's the problem with these extreme elements of the extreme right and extreme left. Yes, they do have these sort of elements where most people in the center or center left or center right tend to be more reasonable. You'll find woke people amongst them because wokeness is sort of spread at the moment, as it's being spread in the schools and spread in social environments through the social media and through the TVs and stuff like that. But most people, if they're not being poisoned by these sort of entities, and you sit down with reasonable people that are close to the center, whether center left or center right, most people are quite reasonable, quite, they understand common sense. It's just basically these more radical fringe elements that are getting more airtime. Unfortunately, they're getting more airtime. The overwhelming majority of the people closer to the center tend to be the silent majority. It's all these vocal groups that are basically the most vocal and most vitriolic in their talking. So I have very little time for these sort of people. They're just crazies. They're all misanthropists. They hate other humans, for whether it's racial reasons or whatever. They hate other humans, or they consider them a scourge. Let's not forget the vegetarians, like the Nazis. They actually considered other humans a scourge on the planet as well. They had certain these of environmental, sort of views of social Darwinism and stuff like that. It's really crazy stuff. These radical groups, they're and they are very dangerous. And when economic things go really bad, like now we've got really high inflation, the center, politicians of the center, really gone corrupt and mismanaged. They're really creating the environment for these radical groups to come into power. That's what I fear the most, because I fear that the future is going to be worse than it is now. So I'm not saying we're going to have a third world war, but with these nutters in charge, you never know. You never know. But unfortunately, we've got these people of the center that have, they're too caught up in the short-termism in their thinking and how to get re-elected the next 3 years or 4 years or 5 years or whatever, and have forgotten the importance of governance and running the society properly and fixing problems. Yeah, you probably do know that. Yes, do hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down, whatever you want. It all works with the actual algorithm. I suspect all you guys being subscribers, you'll hit the thumbs up. Diary on carnivore, only a bit of rice and cheese solve this. Cheese will basically slow. Rice doesn't really do much. Some of the fiber can actually take some of the fluid out of the system, and that can lower the diarrhea. The cheese can sort of has a different effect in sort of slowing down the motility, the gut motility, and that has that effect. And if you don't have certain bacteria as well, like you don't have the lactobacillus bacteria, you can also excessive cheese can also create a certain level of constipation because it can't actually be processed properly by the gut because there's not enough of those bacteria that are required to deal with dairy in that regard. So that's another issue in itself altogether, and that's when you need kefir to fix that, to re-add and put lactobacillus and re-add those back into the system. That's for another day. I've discussed that. But the key thing that actually fixes up diarrhea, constipation, all these in a general sense is, one, you need a bit more fat. Add a bit more fat is one important thing. And the other thing that is very important is you may not be getting enough fat because you may be eating meats that are a bit on the leaner side. So that's one thing that you want to do. And the other thing is taurine, which is really important in regulating gut motility. Now, sometimes it may not do a very good job, one, because it's not saturated, or two, because there could be other factors at play. But generally speaking, that's one of the things that it's supposed to do. But your issue, if you're eating enough meat, you're probably getting enough taurine. Most people are, unless they have oxalates and other things that are depleting it. That's a different thing altogether. So you may need a supplement as a short-term thing, but you may need more to solve that. You may need more fat. So consider adding a bit more fat and see how you go, and take away the rice. Gary, good to see you, mate. Happy Mother's Day to all the awesome switched on mums in this community. Have some flowers. Very nice of you, Gary. Only good to wake up those that don't buy into mainstream media and dogma. As meat kills, we need carbs. Yeah, I know. It's XYZ is safe and effective. Yeah, it's a crazy world we're living in, James. It's a crazy world. Yeah, I know. I get, because some of my relatives and some of my friends tend to be, well, they've been influenced because of their children by some of this woke stuff, and it does tend to create a bit of friction between me and them sometimes. It just happens, Yes. Apparently they're evolving and I'm a fossil. Yes. Apparently. Yes. I'd rather remain a fossil and they can evolve into stupidity. Yes. But I think wokeness will eventually go away as people start realizing the energy crisis that the woke revolution created. Let's not forget, the lack of petrochemical products is what is actually skyrocketing inflation and what is causing social instability. So usually people will jump up and down and all that, and all these woke characters talk about, oh, how awful this is and all this sort of stuff. And then when the society falls apart and everybody's cutting each other's throats for the last piece of kibble or whatever else, that's when they realize how stupid and misinformed they were. But then it's a bit too late. So hopefully we don't get there and we are able to inform people and try and wake up people to move away from all this nonsense and all that. I think I covered that. Did I go back for some reason? I must have. Or you put it a second time. Dave, good to have you here, mate. Good to have you. Dave's still trying to get back to Barcelona from the UK. I don't know whether he's escaped from Boris's den. Yes, we covered that. Putting it yeah. Please don't put it multiple times. It just becomes. Yeah, I do. You got to be patient. I know he's probably new. Gillard, you're probably new, but I do take my time because I do want to cover a number of things and in depth to some extent. Well, you can only go to a certain level of depth. It is a live stream, but I do want to cover certain key points so people get a better, reply and solution and all that. And I cover that by putting the stuff in there. So yep. I've got to eventually write it. My feasts are very different in very same toilet session, parts of very dark and all to light. Yeah, that can happen because they're going. It depends, because remember, if you're actually having protein, it actually has slower gut motility. That's deliberate because you're actually trying to absorb more of the protein and stuff like that. So part of it may have got sufficient bile flow, then, because of the sludge, the next batch that came through didn't get and was lighter. The time you see things which poo is supposed to have that it's sort of not too dark, because that may indicate there's blood in it, but it's supposed to be a sort of a darker brown. When it's a lighter brown, it means that you're not getting enough bile flow. That's what it usually ends up meaning. Or you've got sludge, because sludge also will make things. Sludge will actually make things not only light brown, but sometimes can, if there's a lot of sludge that comes out in one hit, can make it very tanny, like a tanny type brown thing. That's when you've had a bit of a release of sludge. And that's when it's a bit looser as well, when, compared to, it's just one of those things, it's sort of, yep, exactly. Gallbladder issue, microbiome, yep. All these sort of, and plain probiotic yogurt with meals is good, which is the kefir thing, which will help. So sort of the kefir approach is also, yep. Well put, well put. Thank you, Richard. You're welcome. Stylish. Thank you, mate. Thank you, James. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to say something before I get to I think some of those glasses, when I bought these, they didn't have as much variety. In hindsight, if I was buying them now, I'd probably buy something slightly different and all that. Okay, Jared, just noticed you, mate. Slightly different. So, yeah, in that regard. Yeah, that's they do have torches like that for blue blocking. They don't have blue light in them. Yeah, so they do have some really good stuff. I've got in my toilet, I've basically got a red light, and Hello Kitty, my next door neighbor, she goes, "Oh, it's the red light district." Oh God, yes, I know. She winds me up. Yes. I just tell her that I'm a carny or without going into, you know what I mean. Yes, a carny woman of the night. Yes, so she laughs. Yep. I actually, on my phone, I have that. I've got a monitor, which is a Philips. The Philips ones actually go into this blue light mode, and it does, because it links to my camera, it does the same thing. And if I do like a video, sometimes you've seen some of my videos very late at night, it's all red behind. It's because all these things have gone, even my camera has gone, and I've got the red light there, and it's all just gone. So that's, it does reduce, it all helps. That's why I bought these ones. I did buy them for gaming as well, because they do have one millisecond sort of refresh, so very fast refresh rate for gaming. But also I could have bought a different one for gaming. I bought the Philips ones because they had this blue blocking and blue light reduction in the night, and it progressively reduces, which is really nice and all that. And luckily I actually noticed that it hasn't really affected my, like excessively the power usage anyway. So that's a good bonus. So they seem to be quite energy efficient as well, which is good. Yeah. Look, it's good to try use anything you can out there to sort of help reduce that sort of stuff. Not a problem, Nick. You're welcome, mate. See you. Yeah, I think they do have clip-ons. They've got all sorts of things. So, yeah, check them out and all that. Should be passing store every day with carnivore. I can go for 5 days sometimes, and sometimes I'm trying to figure out too much protein, not enough fat. That can be an issue. That can be an issue. If your stools are hard, then you may not be getting enough fat to hydrate. And the other thing is salt as well. You may be one of those people that dump a lot of sodium. If you've got that tendency of dumping sodium, you may need to take in a bit more. Yeah, I know. This is what it's got to. I'm trying to talk about gaming, and they're talking about poo. I know, Jared. It's gone downhill. Yes. So you sort of answered your question. But in terms of, depends. Certain foods will actually generate more poo than others. I find whenever I eat meat, only meat, no dairy whatsoever, I will go for a poo every second day, and it'll be small. When I have dairy, I'll go every day. So because I usually have dairy most of the time, I pretty much go every day. There's only Thursday. I didn't go on Wednesday, and I did go on Thursday. So Tuesday, then Thursday. So don't know what happened there, but I just didn't feel like it on the Wednesday. But we don't generate as much poo as people that are eating carbs and a lot of fiber and stuff like that. So I wouldn't really worry about it. I know that some carnivores in the early stages can sometimes, if they're absorbing a lot and they need a lot, and their body's hungry for protein, hungry for fat, and hungry for it, takes everything in. And as a consequence, there's very little left that goes in the colon and out. I know another Alex, which is from the Netherlands, he was noticing, like, in his, because he had his colon removed, and in his bag he noticed that basically he was getting, when he went carnivore, he was getting bugger all, hardly anything. So yeah, so basically that's when he was doing pure carnivore. So yes, you can have very little poo even after 5 days because you've generated so little. Not sure which guy is that. Is it a salad boy or Jason? I've seen MSM with 99.97 and claims it is high function, and that you can buy, but it says for horses. Would this be okay for humans? For horses? Okay. It's a mammal. You're a mammal. Probably. No idea. Look, there's the only thing that I can think of is maybe other contaminants like bacterial contaminants or other things like that, maybe for animals. But you'd think that they would be strict there as well, even for animals, for these things. It's probably fine. I personally don't know. I get a pharmaceutical grade, which is pretty much like nearly 100% pure, which I'll just show you the one that I actually get. I've actually got it up there. And I haven't taken it for months now, so I'll probably end up giving it to Dad. So that's the Doctor's Best. Can you see how my screen just went, because we're 9:30, went reddish? My camera, everything's gone reddish. Haven't changed anything. Yes, sir. I just got up for this. Haven't switched off the light here or anything. It's just, yeah, it automatically goes, which is really nice that it all adjusts and shifts at about 9:30. I've been trying to work out how to do it to 9, but anyway, that's a different issue. That's for me to play around with and sort it out. Yeah, look, I could definitely not, Andrew, I could definitely not recommend, that sort of product. But, you should be able to get something like this from iHerb. So, yeah, we're all slightly different as we're adjusting. Our gut microbiomes have been affected in different ways and stuff like that. So it takes time to sort of re-establish, sort out things. I know that basically doing kefir, doing things like the Ruteri and stuff like that, and some of the rhamnosus and higher doses of taurine and all that. It took a number of months, but it normalized my gut microbiome and it sorted out all the issues that I had. It took a bit longer with the gallbladder, but that's a different story. It took up to 2 years, and yeah, that was an interesting experience. Like I would have days where absolutely normal, and then all of a sudden, really, I just had a bit of sludge that must have moved. Bugger. So it took a bit longer to clear, and even though I did a bit of research to try and work out whether I could find an alternative, some maybe other factor that I was missing, I couldn't find anything in the literature. So the only anecdote that was out there, people saying, well, it could be a methylation and maybe taking more choline. I did that. It didn't really work. So yeah, it still took about 2 odd years to sort out. Yeah, definitely get a bit of fat in there. Yeah, well, if you're absorbing a lot of the stuff and you're not basically generating a lot of material, if it comes out and it's soft, it's small amount and it's soft and general like that, not a problem. If it comes out like it's compacted and there's quite a lot of really hard and there's not enough moisture in it, you may not be getting enough fat in there. So that will be an indicator that can slow down the motility because of the hardness. But that doesn't mean it's actually constipation. Constipation is when you're backed up. That motility has been affected. That's a different thing altogether. That's, derangement of the collagen, the normal peristalsis. You're still having peristalsis, just slow. And the slowness is due to these other factors. So experiment a bit. And there is a nexus with the gut microbiome as well. Certain bugs that we're missing. We're missing like Bifido infantis, Ruteri, and a number of other key critical ones that play an important role in modulating the gut as well, and lowering down certain pathogenic ones, bacteria, that tend to affect the gut motility as well. Not only the taurine that's trying regulating, even the bugs themselves are trying to regulate it, counter-regulate, in order to basically try and actually get more nutrients. So you've got that side of things as well. So, you know, trying to work out what's what, because we know that gallbladder can actually cause constipation, diarrhea. We know all these things can also affect motility. So there's a lot of factors. You've got to experiment a bit to try and work out what's the driver in your case, Alex. Yeah, I saw recently. I haven't seen any of his stuff, but I saw recently, the takedown that was done by Barkay, and he really looks, he doesn't look like he was actually, even though he had these electrolyte issues and stuff like that back then, he looked healthier. He looks more ragged. He doesn't look as healthy, and he doesn't look as stable as he was back then. So had he just increased a bit of taurine, either supplemented or just ate a bit more meat, he probably would have fixed that electrolyte issue, and he wouldn't have had to go down this crazy pathway. But, this is what people do when they fall into reductionism, DJ projectors. When you fall into reductionism, you start listening to crackpots and adopting their ideas, and that's what he's done. That's where he is. Salad boy glycating his system with fructose with all his honey and fruit consumption. Yes, very much so. And the longer it stays in the system, he's probably, because he's not severely engaging the Randall cycle like somebody on a SAD diet, he's probably at the lower end of glycation, like 7-fold rather than 10-fold. But still, 7-fold is still much higher than what, all year round. We're not talking about seasonal here, like just the seasonality to store fat and actually increase your fat stores. We're talking about it all year round, and that's not a good thing. G'day, Lukey. Just noticed you turned up. Yeah, he's not calm. This is the problem with when you have a lot of fructose, a lot of sugar. You increase the excitatory effect within your nervous system and within your brain cells. This is when you eat more protein, you will take in more taurine, and taurine influences GABA A, which lowers, this affects the cortisol level, but and all those sort of hormones that tend to jack you up a bit. It sort of normalizes those. And the other thing is, by increasing GABA A, it actually it calms the brain. It lowers anxiety, calms the brain. It causes a calming effect. And if it's in the evening, it will magnify. It has a tendency of magnifying the melatonin effect. So, and then you sleep better. So that's the thing. So if he was eating more protein, he would have regulated his electrolytes. Plus, he would have been much calmer, and that's what he was back then. Even though he wasn't consuming it, he was eating more fat because for whatever reason he did this. Again, all this keto nonsense of being, carny keto. God Almighty. Even the Maasai, we know they run into this low grade ketosis. They pop out and pop back in, and all that. That's the proper thing. And Mary done all those experiments on that. And those people were normal, smiling, happy, comfortable, not deranged, very calm, even their children very calm and all that, because they're in this low grade, which they pop in and out as they eat animal foods, sufficient animal foods. They don't fear the meat, the protein, and they don't fear those animal foods. It's only people like Salad Boy that has that tendency. Again, he probably didn't need enough protein because he probably feared mTOR, listening to the crackpots out there. Again, not understanding how these are interrelated with the other growth factors of insulin, IGF-1, and then how the glucagon-insulin ratio, how these signaling molecules are interacting with each other. They're not playing independent. By thinking in reductionists, you see them as independent. Oh, we have to bring them down. No, they are regulated by by glucagon regulating and other systems. So based on the nutrients that are coming in. So you don't need to basically artificially suppress because you're already at 1.3, which means that those general, the level of secretion of those hormones is much lower at a physiological range where it can actually do the proper signaling without being excessive. It's only when you engage the Randall cycle and you can't get the signal through that then you amplify the signal. How do you amplify the signal? By increasing that hormone secretion, which is more insulin being secreted to try and get the signal through, So, yeah, guys lost the plot in many ways in understanding. I don't know, maybe somebody should throw him a book of physiology and start reading it. And maybe he may remember a few things. I have no idea. The guy's just gone down, lost the plot big time. Yeah, we all, kefir, I've had people who were on a regular sad diet, not on a sad diet, but a mixed diet doing kefir, people of my family, and they have had doing kefir, ruteri, and taurine on a mixed diet, not on a carnivore diet, on a mixed diet, and their guts have been never better than they were in the past. Now, obviously, it's not species appropriate, but they are far better than what they were in the past. So that tells you something. These things do help everyone because gut microbiome needs to be regulated properly with taurine. Plus, it needs the sort of composition that we've lost because of glyphosate. We put in things that have got an antibiotic mimicking effect because glyphosate is a registered antibiotic by Monsanto's, now Bayer. So it is a patented, and it's like having low-grade antibiotics every day when you eat plant foods, which are full of glyphosate or Roundup, as we call it in the Australasian region. You never know. Yes, your dear illustrious leader, the woman that Bart loves excessively. You mean that woman? Beware of false prophets. Yes, Eric. Yes, definitely. There are many around. And that's the problem. There are too many around that basically will sell you a thing in that regard. In this channel, you'll only get basically stuff that is backed by research and good mechanistic research that shows a strong inference where you can actually see if you repeat the same thing, you get a similar result. So you affect that. That is a bit reductionist, I know, but it actually elucidates, gives us an idea of what's actually happening. Then you have to sort of understand how all these interactions happen within the physiology, and then it makes more sense. And that's what I try and do with my videos, to explain and demystify some of these processes within the human physiology. Problem is with people like Salad Boy, they tend to, they're driven by an agenda. I don't really care about that agenda, because for me, coming from a situation of a cardiovascular disease, I just wanted to work out what works and what doesn't. And my foundation stone that I actually created, because most of the science out there is problematic and questionable and very poor. As the ex-New England Journal of Medicine chief editor, when she left, she said she was so disgusted when she resigned from the magazine that she said 95% of the stuff that we actually publish cannot be replicated. That means you can't repeat. You do a study, but no other research can replicate it. That only happens in nutrition, where 95% of the stuff is junk, excrement. It's garbage. Can't be even replicated. It's useless. In physics, that's not the case. Somebody can do an experiment. Another researcher on the other side of the planet can do the same experiment and replicate the same thing and confirm, or a number of researchers can do the same experiment, not confirm what the first researcher, and so that becomes an invalid hypothesis because all these other people, that person may have had poor calibration of his equipment or whatever. But the other ones, that's why the other ones are doing the same stuff to confirm or not confirm. When it comes to nutritional research, you can't confirm anything. It's so shoddy, so poor and useless. That's why we don't rely on it. Rick, me and Bart basically say, we look at the N15 data. We look at the archaeological evidence, thousands and thousands of years of bones. That means the collagen, long bones. We look at the collagen of those long bones, and we find, because remember, bones are mineralized collagen, we find basically high N15, which means, and delta 13, which indicates delta 13 means that the animal was eating grasses, C4 grasses, which basically means that was a ruminant eating grasses. That was the majority of the source of the N15, the protein source, which is the N15, the nitrogen 15. 14 would indicate plants. And when 20,000 years ago we started consuming slightly more plants, and then into the agricultural era, that's when the nitrogen 14 went up. And those populations started showing, little white of iron deficiency on their scalp, and all sorts of other, things like rickets and all sorts of other problems, malformations or whatever else, telling you quite clearly the more we shift towards plants, the more health problems we have. We know this. We've done the modern experiment. The modern experiment was, let's go back, 1977, the new guidelines come out, go low fat. We saw what happened. We've done the experiment now in the last, what is it? Slightly nearly 50 years now, or getting close to that. So what did we find? It's 40 plus, 40 plus years. So what did we find? It didn't work. "45 years to be precise." It didn't work. The experiment failed, because that's more than one generation. 35 years is one generation, or 30, or 33. Maybe it's 33. Can't remember these things. I think it's 33. Yeah, 33. So it's more than one generation. We've done the experiment. We know that basically it's a bust. That whole hypothesis about low fat, it's a bust. Because if we go back, when we were consuming 2/3 animal foods and 1/3 pre-refrigeration, so we couldn't store a lot of this sort of stuff, so we couldn't have it all year round, fruit in particular. You could only have it seasonally. And to send it with aeroplane and all that, it was much more expensive back then. There wasn't a lot of, flights flying stuff around produce. So you only could have regional, seasonal fruit, fructose. And for the rest of the year, you had some starch here and there with potatoes and stuff like that. And a lot of glycogen, let's say, depleting activities, because people were more physically active. They were basically doing manual work mostly. So that's the sort of difference. Come to the modern era, we go full kibble. Things have gone to hell in a handbasket. And a lot of these people, that ignore these fundamental things. When we look at the Maasai, when we look at the Inuit, when we look at all these traditional societies that primarily focus on animal foods, we don't see the health problems. Not at all. We see well-regulated immune systems and everything, not even most of these diseases. Many pathogens in their environment, but we see them robust. And only the kids that come back to the tribal areas from the Maasai schools that are eating kibble and stuff like that and not getting enough sunlight to get enough vitamin D, they have then problems in dealing with pathogens when they get back to their families on their holidays. Surprise, surprise. So, yeah, it's, we base ourselves on a foundation where it's baked into the bones. N15 is baked into the bones. We know that humans were hyper carnivores and super carnivores for most of their existence. It's only in the last 3,500 years which we've gone full kibble. And the more kibble we go, the more unhealthy we are, the shorter we are, the more health problems we have, the more facial malformations and all sorts of other things we have. That's the reality. That's what we can see from the archaeological evidence of bone structures and tissue. So the rest is sort of nonsensical. And when I see Mary Ruddock, in those tribal areas, and she's next to an old lady that's 122, she said, but even if she's 100, even if they're 20 years, but I don't think that they're going to be that far out. Let's say, for argument's sake, they really got her age by 20 years. It's usually a couple of years, mostly. And I know this from even from Greece and all that, some of the records when people, their child was born, and then a couple of years later, the person would go and actually register the child, So usually the child was older, and it was registered as, at that time. And that's when their birthday and everything was registered. So, or when people could remember. So there's always going to be a bit of a discrepancy of a couple of years, but it's not going to be decades, only a couple of years. So people make too much fuss about that. And pretty much that's what used to happen. Now, this lady was jumping up and down. Now, I don't know, they're not, some 50-year-olds can't do that in our modern society without breaking a bone or breaking a hip or whatever. She was jumping up and down at that age. That shows robustness. That shows health on an ancestral diet, on a mostly ancestral diet of the modern era that some of these tribal people can do because of their circumstances. But generally speaking, the Maasai in particular, it's basically dairy and meat, which is pretty much 100% animal based. So carnivore, pretty much. Yes, the world we live in is full of crackpots. Most of them just want to sell product. They want to justify selling a product. That's really what it is. Fundamentally, it's really what it is. They need to sell a product. So yeah, that's the sort of problem in that regard. Deterrent was mentioned by Bart on Dr. Sean, co-host episode. Really interesting stuff. Also, by Mary highly advocates for local seasonal foods. Yep. In that regard. Yep. Well, Bart basically, I picked it up from, I think Bart actually may have picked it up from me, because when I first met him, he's the one that introduced me to Jack Kruse and light and the effects of light, where I sort of introduced him more to things like, Laszlo Boris and his research. This is a Hungarian out of UCLA, and his research on deuterium and stuff like that, because he wasn't really up to date on the deuterium side. But, the other thing that I learned from Bart was having a better understanding. I had a sort of an inkling on the Randall cycle, but I sort of came independently towards it. And then I came across Bart, and Bart really, when I first heard Bart talk about the Randall cycle, I go, okay, that's what I've been thinking about. And now it makes sense. Now I've sort of stitched the dots together. So it's the reason why we sort of gravitated to each other and all that sort of stuff, and why we've done a lot of cooperative stuff for a very long time. We're very much in this thinking. That's why him and Pim and are my primary featured people, because we pretty much think very much alike on a lot of these subject matters. We understand the archaeological evidence. Bart came across the archaeological evidence independent in a very different way. I came across from Michael Eads, this is 11 years ago, and he was talking about this research from the Max Planck Institute in Leipzig, Germany, where they have these really Germans pre-World War II were the world's top archaeologists, and they had actually collected bones from all over the world, and they had one of the best sets of bones, and they had done some really good research in isotope analysis. And that's the research that Michael Eads sort of pointed me to. I went and looked at the research at the Max Planck Institute in Leipzig, Germany. It's the institute that deals with basically anthropology and primatology. So I think that part of the institute is still, that department is still, I don't know whether they've separated, but at the time they were one, anthropology and primatology, primates and stuff like that research. And they looked into, some of their researchers have looked into the N15 isotope. So Bart's very much up to date with all this sort of stuff, like myself. And we've had a lot of conversations and all that. A lot of people out there, unfortunately, are not. It really surprises me how people are still unaware of Philip Randall's work. And Bart learned about Philip Randall from one of his academic professors, because he was unaware. It's not even in the books. Like in the actual books that you go and study at university, it's Philip Randall is not even talked about. So most people don't even know, even though he published back in 1963, most people don't understand about the Randall cycle. They're still involved in this lunacy of calories in, calories out. And then you've got some of the low carb people that say, oh, it's the hormones that are involved. Nothing to do with calories, so all the hormones. They've gone from the German research, the pre-World War II German research. They've sort of discovered that, but they don't realize that there's some really good research in terms of Philip Randall, which really pulled the whole thing together and really understood that it's really this energy state and energy signaling that really is the key thing, that excess energy can engage, it can actually cause this blockade at the cell level in terms of energy uptake. You've got shitloads of energy, but your cells are being starved because there's excess. Where when you're in a Randall cycle, a non-Randall cycle, you're in glycolysis or lipolysis because you're low fat or low carb. You could actually run glycolysis or lipolysis right through to the Krebs cycle. You don't have to compete with the other. You block out one pathway and you actually run the other one and produce your energy. And if you've got a bit of excess as a consequence, you'll store some and you'll basically uncouple some mitochondria and radiate some away. That's how it works in these sort of states, non-Randall cycle activation states. And that's the sort of stuff that was the key thing. The other stuff I was aware of, like deuterium and all that. But the Randall cycle one is the one that I had an inkling that something like that, because I looked at the low fat stuff and said, well, here you've got uncoupling, here you've got AMP being upregulated. It's the same thing happening here. Why such diverse, completely different, and you're getting this effect where people on the mixed side are getting these greater growth pathways being pushed up, and these hormonal activation being over magnified, like insulin, IGF-1 and all that. So I realized that there was something missing, the reason why this was happening on a mixed, and this is why, a lot of people, they'll leave the low carb community, they'll go to low fat, like for instance, Salad Boy has gone and go, oh, you need more carbs, just have saturated fat for the reverse electron transport, which is the other thing, which does biogenesis of new mitochondria, and so you can actually be able to deal with that extra glucose. So that's how that's another sort of element of the sort of the low fat, but low fat with a bit saturated fat in it sort of approach that some of these repeat people talk about. But they are sort of part of that low fat type thing. And so they'll switch over to the other side. But, for me, I go, well, if they're both valid, there must be a reason why that's actually happened. And, then I come across Bart and I go, okay, this guy, Philip Randall. So then I go down the rabbit hole and start researching, Philip Randall and all his work and stuff like that, and realize and go, aha, now I understand it all. Now I get it. This was a couple of years back, before I had a YouTube channel. And then I started basically putting comments and interacting with Bart and all that. And he realized, he goes, okay, this guy thinks I'm similar to me and all that sort of stuff. And so he invited me on to his channel, in the early days. And that's how I got started. And then he was the one. So if you've got to thank anyone for me being here, you should thank Bart, because he was the one that encouraged me to start a channel, not me. I just wanted to go on his channel and just support him. That was it. Because I've got a day job. I don't need to do YouTube. For me, it's more, it's more basically I'm motivated more to help people because I had a cardiovascular disease. I wanted to do it on Bart's channel. I wanted to grow him. I wasn't really interested in creating mine. But now I don't mind it. I've now nearly got 2,000 subscribers. I'm quite surprised that that's actually happened. And at the same time, I've sort of realized I've helped a lot of people. And there's other areas that I've looked into, like the taurine side and how to re-regulate some of these systems. And that's taken me down some other pathways and all that. Looking outside the box, try and actually find other solutions with senolytics and other things for people with cancer and all sorts of things. And so it's taking me in some other pathways. But I have to thank Bart for the understanding of the Randall cycle. That's what I learned from him. Michael Leeds was, deuterium. Not deuterium. Was Laszlo Boris. And Michael Leeds was N15 data. So there's been a number of people in the last 12 years, but it was probably about 10 to 11 years that I started learning about this. Weston A. Price, they also helped me. I realized about the importance of fat-soluble vitamins, and I started researching about matrix metalloproteinases. I've been talking about matrix metalloproteinases for a long time. Nobody else has, not even Bart. It's been primarily me that have been talking about it. It's only recently that I noticed Sean talking about it, and also Paul Mason has been talking about it in recent times. They've been, it's starting to get out there in that regard. But, regulating collagen in the body, because most of our body, large parts of it is made of collagen. Our bones are mineralized collagen. Our gut is collagen, all these sort of things. It really plays the important role of how fat-soluble vitamins and how a species-appropriate diet actually means you're regulating the proper running of collagen. This is why on a carnivore diet, with additional protein and stuff like that, and the fat-soluble vitamins you're getting by eating animal fat, you are able to regulate better the collagen structures in your body. And that's why we see improvements in all sorts of bone-related issues and all that in carnivores. It's not surprising. So it's been a good journey, an interesting journey. There's been a few people that I have to thank that basically opened up my eyes, and I've done my own research to go beyond what I learned from them and looking into other esoteric areas. And I still do that because I think there's a lot to understand. The human body and physiology is so complex. We've only scratched the surface of many things. Some of the core stuff I've got, my N15 gives me my foundation. I know what the majority of humans have been consuming for the majority of time. Where I'm going down these rabbit holes is more about biohacking, finding little bits of information that can actually allow me to improve things. And that's where my focus is. Pretty much from my own experience gained 10 goes on pure fat on a high fruit diet. Yeah, exactly. Even through 8 low fat back then. So I know from personal experience that fructose is fattening. Exactly. Well, every animal uses fructose to fatten up, in that regard. Yeah. So my sort of aim is to sort of biohack. I mean, this year I'm 56. So I'm hoping that I look younger than I did about a decade ago, but that's when I had my chest ripped open. I was, far unhealthy. My face was like, it had this like a pasty white. Is like your skin is rough and what, and that sort of little pasty white, no color, no nothing. That's how my it was like, forget about being outside. I just couldn't actually put any color in my face. It was just, I really looked bad. Looking back at some of those old photos, and even my brother Sean sometimes reminds me and goes, God, you looked bad and pasty back then. You really looked like crap. So yeah, so the last decade or so, I've really come about in a big way. So, so it's good that I found my way in the right direction. Now it's just about doing a few biohacks to sort of try and extend life and try to correct all the damage that I did in my past indiscretions, because I did quite a lot of damage, unfortunately. So yes, it is a mitochondrial, nasty. It's a combination of both because of epigenetics. It's a combination of both. It's not one or the other. I think a lot of ex-carnivores like Salad Boy buy into the repeat. Yeah, they do. Justify their own carb addiction. Yeah, I think also because they don't understand the Randall cycle, they also can become very susceptible to going to the other side. So yeah, especially because Ray Pete says, "Oh, you've got your thyroid issue. If you have enough protein, you're not going to have a thyroid issue." Lukey knows being on a carnivore diet and getting enough sun, eating enough meat and all that. He's no longer Hashimoto's thyroiditis, and not only that, he's beefed up. So, which you can't if you've got a thyroid problem like hypothyroidism, and he's corrected that. Lukey that comes on to some of the times on my channel, he's probably gone for a bit of do some exercise, because he wakes up in the morning, goes and does some exercise, and then goes off to work. Anyway, yes, very much saw that. G'day, Bruce. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Makes you think long, unlike studies like done by Lane Norton, where he overfeeds people on fructose on purpose. He's a reductionist. Yeah, Lane Norton is just a cockwomble reductionist. He doesn't understand the Randall cycle. He doesn't understand so many things, deuterium, light. He doesn't understand any of this sort of stuff. And that's why he still believes in calories in, calories out. He does. Excess energy, yes, is an issue, but that's one thing. But the hormonal system, it's a more complicated picture than just this sort of, depends on what source and how these things are affecting hormones, because you can blockade hormone sensitive lipase, and then it doesn't matter if you take less in, all you're going to do is just lower your metabolic rate to adjust to that lower threshold of energy in, but you're not actually accessing any of the stored energy. So it's just nonsense if you don't understand the hormonal system. And then if you don't understand the interaction of macros, you don't understand how at the cell level it's being affected in terms of energy homeostasis, energy sort of signaling. If you don't understand that, then you come up with all sorts of crackpot ideas. Unfortunately, Lane is one of those type of people. Doesn't help himself, doesn't help others either. Yes, Frankie Boy really lost his way, and he's really gone off the deep end on many things. But anyway. Thanks, mate. Thanks, Rick. I'm not going to say any. I don't know, but he's doesn't mean somebody's mad if they've become go down rabbit holes and become very conspiratorial. There's a lot of reasons why people become. Look, the elites have been screwing us for a very long time, been manipulating us for a very long time. That's the reality. It's the only way a small minority can hold on to power, by manipulating and dividing and divide and rule the masses. That's how they operate. So we all understand that. We're not children or ignorant people, but all the other conspiratorial things that people make up is just nonsense. You have to understand that is the real nonsense that people like Frankie and all that jump on. They think, oh, I've just discovered something, the lizard people or this or that. That's all nonsense. And I'll tell you why it's nonsense. It's an old strategy by the ruling classes. If you think that they're just rich people, you can get rid of them. You can vote them. You can vote, pass legislation, tax them more. You can limit their power and influence and all that. But if you think that there's something beyond that, then that is fear. The way to control people is through fear. Got it? They've been doing it in the C19 period. Fear is a very useful tool to control people. And so remember, in the past, kings, emperors, and all that were basically either anointed by God, or they were basically people that were godlike, or were gods on earth, or basically were connected to gods in some way, or basically were, if they believed in animal gods type, they were basically related to them and all that. And so they had authority over everyone. And they were the vessel that you could actually get to the afterlife or whatever. So they had a lot of control over the population. Or they were this really powerful being, like we have with the lizard people, all these other crackpot concepts and all that. And so you can't oppose them because they're too powerful. But as long as you believe that, they can keep you under control. So people like Frankie and all that subscribe to that nonsense eventually basically just keep these people in power permanently, because you can't do anything about them. You can criticize them, you can jump up and down and all that, and act like a little petulant little child, screaming that, they're really, all this and that. But fundamentally, all these people is they've outsmarted everybody else, and basically they want to keep their wealth and they want to keep in control and keep exploiting everyone else and basically keeping you in your place. But if you were to go back to direct democracy, they would lose all their power. They would be limited what they could do in society. The Bill Gates and all these people, they'd be limited. That's what they don't want. So as long as you think that they are something other than what they really are, just basically better it. They're brought up in families with a long history of knowing how to exploit the economic system and maximize their income, and they're well connected, so they support each other, provide information, all that, to keep, to give opportunity and work together. And so that's how they stay in power. They've been doing it for a very long time, since early civilization. So that's the thing we really need to understand, because once we get rid of that, at some point we may wake up to ourselves and say, we're taking back our society. For millions and millions of years before we had civilization, we sat around the campfire and amongst ourselves worked out solutions and stuff like that, and came to things, because we still had some of that. We weren't brainwashed. When you get brainwashed, see, what they do is you go through a schooling system, you get brainwashed. You're told, this is your profession. You will learn these rules. These are the rules. If you take a look, every person that's made an advancement in research, in science, Pasteur, he wasn't even basically a medical person. He came from chemistry and other things. He did other things outside. He was an outsider that learnt about how microbes and how antigens and stuff like that. Other people like, Einstein worked in the patent office. These people are outsiders. Outsiders are the ones that changed a field of research, revolutionized the world. It's not the insiders. The insiders are brainwashed to basically, these are the rules and you'll operate within these rules. You're a doctor. These are the pharmacology. These are the surgical techniques. That's what you're going to operate within. That's what most people do. They don't think outside. I hope most of you are like me. You think outside. Majority of our ancestors thought outside because they had to. One, they had brains which are 10% bigger. And just because they didn't have the accumulated knowledge doesn't make them dumb. It just means they've got less knowledge to bring to an analysis, but their brains are they had more other knowledge, spatial knowledge, the environment. They knew when the weather would change or this would happen or whatever. That's knowledge as well, but a different type of knowledge. But that doesn't make them dumb. The brains worked much faster, and they could operate in a very hostile environment far better than we can. Throw one of us in a similar environment, would probably die very quickly. They wouldn't. That's the difference, So they work together. So you think for most of humanity, we were as one group. There were no classes. It was just one for most of the existence of humanity. So civilization that created surpluses and class-based systems. That's what happened. We only had one other moment in time when we basically created direct democracy, and that was in ancient Greece. That was one period, and that was snuffed out as well, where the commoners, the citizens, were able to take direct control. The aristocrats hated it. Guess what the aristocrats did? Created an orator class to propagandize, to try and manipulate people. You know what we call it nowadays? The media. The media companies, they are the new orators, the modern day orators. They've been around for some time. In ancient times, they used basically sort of certain people that would stand up in areas, and they propagandized on behalf policies that the aristocrats wanted to promote. That's how they slowly undermined the democracy within Athens. The Athenians later realized that that it was these orators paid by the aristocrats that literally manipulated people's minds with falsehoods. Amongst themselves, when people sit down and talk, you talk with another person, you can actually get to a reasonable conversation with another person. But if you've been brainwashed with bullshit, then you can't get to a reasonable conversation anymore, to what we call practical stuff, things that work. That's what we did in tribal societies. That's what we did in early Athenian democracy. We did practical things that work. Then you become a successful, powerful city-state, defeats the Persians, and then these orators say, well, you could become great, build a great empire and all that. And people, it goes to their head. They can do greatness. They lose their humbleness. They lose their common sort of, interactions with their common citizens, talking about every day, making sure that everything works in their society properly, and think of great, let's become great empires, flag waving. And that's when everything goes to shit. And then they take on the Spartans, and pretty much they get defeated. Had they not basically antagonized the Spartans, they probably wouldn't have ended up where they ended up. They actually got into certain conflicts which didn't have any interest for their society. Their society was actually negatively affected by getting into those. But by getting into those conflicts, they created an incident between themselves. So in the Albanian coast, there was a Greek city-state there that basically was allied to Corinth. And Corinth was allied to Sparta. So the Corinthians got pissed off when the Athenians intervened to support them. They didn't have to, because there was no strategic purpose for them. There's no benefit for them. They were so far away from Athens. But it was just basically hubrisness. Again, these propagandists saying, you must, like today, let's just create a third world war. Let's go and kill Putin. Let's force Putin to fear that Ukraine is going to be put into NATO. They're going to put bombs, nuclear weapons right next to his border, and make him fear so much to force him into a conflict, so we can then weaken him from that conflict. This is the craziness of these people. They could drive us to a third world war. That's the madness of these people. It's crazy stuff. Where if a businessman like Trump would have just made a deal with him. Now, they're both part of the elite, both Trump and Putin. So I don't really, I don't have any lovings for either one of them. I believe in direct democracy, as you guys know. Well, the majority of you guys know. But, this guy, this deranged, demented lunatic, well, he's being controlled by powerful military industrial complex behind him, is just pushing for conflict. All they're going to do is just kill most of the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians have just been, let's say, cannon fodder for the anti-Putin war. The whole concept is bring Russia to their knees, and then we'll bring China to their knees. That's the whole thing. It's an old empire, like the British Empire before, that can't accept the world, that they can't be the top dog forever. And they're going to try. And they may even drive. The majority of the Americans, on the other hand, don't subscribe to this because they realize, they look around their cities, they're dilapidated. Their bridges are dilapidated. Their roads are dilapidated. So much of their infrastructure in their society is dilapidated. So much poverty, people living out on the streets, not enough investment within the country. It's just basically war, bleeding the country. Because what war does is create greater debt, and debt. And that's not sustainable forever. Most empires collapsed, most societies collapsed because of too much debt, generating far too much debt for far too long, rather than developing productive assets which create jobs and produce new wealth and can actually bring down debt. I mean, you guys had, in the US, there was a debt right after the Second World War, 244% of GDP, even higher than it is today. But then you jacked up the actual taxes on the rich, and who made all the profits through the war years, so they paid back some of that, and you grew the middle classes. And as a consequence of growing the middle classes, by doing that, because you crowded out you took out the crowding out in the investors, which crowd out the middle class, allowing the middle class to grow, you created what they call the golden years of capitalism. The golden years of capitalism is basically restricting capital from basically dominating the economy. That's what it was. They won't tell you that because they want to keep you in the dark. That's really what it was. A society can only have a big middle class because there's only such a pie if more of the pie is going to the people who produce the wealth rather than to the 1%. But they will tell you, no, there's trickle-down bullshit. That's what they'll tell you, which is nonsense. That's the reality. But you can only, through direct democracy, uncover this information. Because even the left is trying to control you. They both want to control you in their own way. They don't fix anything. They just say, they blame that side, which they're right to a degree, but then they go and do the complete opposite because they just want power. That's the problem. These people are not. The only reason why Roosevelt realized, and Truman and all that came after, realized that they had to basically prevent the military industrial complex and all that from taking all the wealth and all that, they needed to basically rebalance and put something back into the population. They saw what happened right after the First World War. There was like a depression period. They needed to support the middle classes, the average people, the soldiers that were coming back, give them some future, a new society. That's when these other policies came into effect and was able to grow the middle classes. But then in the 1970s, due to the Arabs pulling the rug and actually making energy expensive, that created stagflation, but it wasn't due to anything in their society, but they blamed the middle classes for that. They said we need to take all the regulations off. So then they went through another binge like they did prior to 1929, and 2008 it all blew up in their face, and now we're sort of in a zombie economy, and now we're starting wars and stuff like that, like in the 1930s, and basically jacking up inflation, like in Germany, if you remember Weimar Republic, and very, people running around with 1 million Deutschmarks to buy a loaf of bread. Well, they've done it deliberately here. This is how crazy it is in the modern world. They took away all the petrochemical, the cheap energy, to basically, and lowered investment with bogus, climate nonsense, and basically jacked up the entire cost of living. And that's what we're paying for now. These are the leaders that say, we know best. Give us all your money. We'll give you trickle-down bullshit, and we will manage things better. No, they won't. They'll just line their pockets. That's the problem with people like Frank and all that. They don't understand this. They don't understand that you basically need social movements, and this is why the left woke was created. The left woke, because normally young people are quite radical. When you're young people, you say you don't want injustice, and you're quite radical and all that. Now, how can we stop that from happening now? They create a woke agenda. And so what they do is they create the young people fighting the old people on woke issues and other things like that, but ignoring the economic issues. While their living standards, both the young and the old, are declining, and everybody's going to shit, their life is going to shit and will even get worse. But in the short term, those who are in control can control these two groups by having the young and old fighting amongst themselves over woke nonsense, and pretty much while they were able to sit pretty on top. How long? These people don't think long term. They're scoundrels. They're basically the pirates. Let me just put it that way. Capitalists, these wealthy, they're pirates. That's what they are. What do you think fascism is? They are pirates. They are pirates since the beginning. The early pharaohs, they were pirates. Why do I call them pirates? Because they're people that basically will use other people to steal other people and steal even the crown and the crown jewels and all that. That's how they operate. They are ruthless and they don't give a shit about anyone. They're mostly psychopaths. Most of the rulers are psychopaths, just letting you know. The tribal societies had a good policy when it came to psychopaths. Anybody that turned on the other tribal members, they were pushed out of the tribe and sent into exile to die. That's why we didn't have a lot of psychopaths in the human population. It was only when we had a class-based system with agriculture that created kings and these people and rulers and their little military behind to support them and keep them in power. That's when the world changed completely. But yes, that's why I believe in direct democracy, because it can bring us back and give us our life. I don't want the radicals on the left or the radicals on the right controlling our lives and telling us what to do and how to live our lives and all that. Current capitalists give us a bit of freedom, but they want to control us within constraints of their own thing. The best way to get away from all these groups is basically to go towards a rational center and basically be more eclectic in our thinking. That means, what are practical solutions? What really actually works? This is what intelligent people do, and all humans have got this ability. If you're brainwashed from a young child to think in a certain way, you learn the 3 R's or learn this sort of thing specific like that, you'll never think outside the box, and they'll control you for the rest of your life. And you'll be unhappy and you'll blame other people for your misery when it's really your thinking is wrong. But when you realize that, you can actually step outside and actually start looking at all this nonsense, like I had to. After I had my health problems, I said, I listened to these people. They said me all this. That didn't happen. This is what a lot of us have done. A lot of you guys that watch me and all that have done the same thing. You've realized there's something stinks about this system, and in your own ways, you've found sort of, some people like Frankie, unfortunately, have gone really down the propaganda. That means the official propaganda, to the misdirect propaganda to silence the dissenters. That's what it is. You can silence somebody by making them a crackpot. And that's how they do it. And that's what, unfortunately, Frankie fell into that that trap. The reality is these people are very nasty and very manipulative. And once we realize that, and we realize that we need to create social movements to take away and give us back the power that belongs to us, then we will have much better lives, us and our families. And if we go to wars, we'll go to wars because we're truly threatened by somebody that is nasty out there, and not just go around knocking on people just so you can steal things from them and stuff like that. But you create your own wealth within your own nation by working hard and, not being, let's say, a pirate, because that's what they are. And that's what they try to make us complicit in, their piracy of taking from other nations, ripping off other people and killing as many as they can, because that's how these scoundrels work. Just letting you know. Anyway, strange things happened to me yesterday at store, seeing all the trifles and their berry toppings and white creamy custards, whatever. My brain says meat until my eyes focus in properly. Yes. I think we all have some of those moments. Thanks for the lightheartedness. I went a bit too serious there. back to the regular stuff. Anyway. Yes, the caravans. I've talked about this multiple times. First of all, the caravans, there's no longevity amongst them. Zero. And basically, it's simple. It's explained by simple. Basically, they're not engaging the Randall cycle. So when they consume carbohydrates, they consume some meats. Most of their meats are quite lean. They don't consume a lot. And they pretty much, coconut is mostly largely medium chain triglycerides, which convert to ketone bodies. And there's some long chain fats as well that also have reverse electron transport, which actually initiate more mitochondrial density. So that's another aspect. They've got very little mono or PUFA. And in many cases, a lot of these people are consuming 50% of their intake is on coconut. Most of the islands in the Pacific actually usually have about a 50% intake of coconut. They always have had. So most of the actual fruit is seasonal, and most of the actual starch is basically root vegetables and stuff like that. Quite full of fibrous sort of stuff. And then they're quite physically active, so they tend to basically replete glycogen, and so they never really get, and also they don't constantly eat like us in the modern world. They have a couple of meals a day, and they don't have the excessive amount of energy. They are undernourished in many cases, a bit like, many tribal societies have a lot of undernourishment, and so tend to not engage the Randall cycle as a consequence. So, they don't have centenarians amongst themselves. So because they are still getting high deuterium foods which does cause damage over time, which creates more senescence and shortens their lives. So they don't live long enough because of higher senescence. But they don't succumb to a lot of modern day diseases. And the reason for that is, simply put, that they're not engaging in the Randall cycle, so they're not pushing up all these inflammatory growth pathways to create more issues. But they do basically have shorter lives. You don't find, there's never been a recorded anywhere I've looked of caravans basically being centenarians. Most of the population you find centenarians: Icaria, Sardinia, in the Costa Rican Nagoya Peninsula. All those are pastoralists. All three of those societies are pastoralists. The mountain they're all pastoralists. Even Grundy knows that, and he said that I actually did a video recently on that. They're all pastoralists. Okinawans basically consumed a lot of pork because it's called the island of the Okinawa, means the island of the pigs. They venerate the pig, and they actually say we start the day with pork and we finish the day with pork. All their meals have some pork, but they only eat 80% full. That means they undereat. They deliberately undereat. This is a Japanese thing, not only in Okinawa but in Japan, where they deliberately, it's a cultural thing where they believe they should not exceed, they should be about 80% full. So most of these people are very physically active compared to the modern day Japanese that do actually put on weight because they do engage the Randall cycle and they do a lot of office work, where in the past these people were more physically active and also taking in less energy compared to many others. So they couldn't engage the Randall cycle as a consequence. And they were getting good animal nutrition because they eat everything, even organs and everything, and tendons and the whole lot of the pig, the whole friggin' caboodle. And so they tend to basically also, the other advantages of eating pork is it's higher in thiamine, which means that the extra requirements in energy production to be able to deal with carbohydrates and all that, because there are two pathways and they're both thiamine dependent. If you're just If you're basically oxidizing glucose, you need both. If you're oxidizing fat, you only need one of the pathways, including protein in those extreme points where you've run out of energy, both on the body and intake. And so you need half the amount of thiamine on a carnivore diet, half the amount of thiamine. So these people obviously eating some carbs, so they need more. But pork is one of the highest sources of thiamine. Also, some of the fish like tuna and stuff like that. What do you think? Japanese consume quite a bit of tuna, pork, those sort of things, high in thiamine, better for energy production. So they've got that covered. Then they've also got the B3, the niacin. Pork is very high in niacin. So is a lot of the seafood, very good source of the niacin, very important for energy production. NAD, anybody, which is basically, that is like FAD. It's basically, it's a transfer of electrons, okay? It moves electrons within an electron chain. I'm not going to go into the FAD. I've already explained that, how it goes back to the Krebs cycle, but anyway, that's for another day. And so basically, you've got a very different state in that regard. You have to nuance these things. When you understand archaeology, you understand all this sort of stuff, you understand the social side. That's when Japanese leave Japan, go to America, and they fatten up and engage around a cycle, and all their diseases go up because they're living a different lifestyle as well. They've also altered slightly what they eat. Some of them not entirely, but they may have increased slightly the amount of rice or some certain things, which they tend to become more culturally sensitive to those things. And so they tend to gravitate a bit more to those things because of the cultural. They're so far away from home. They miss home and they identify those foods with home. So they may consume a bit more. Plus, they're more sedentary because they've changed their lifestyle compared to back in Japan, where there's more exercise, more involvement, more glycogen depleting activities, also under eating, which they don't do in America. So all these, both, it's not only the foods, but also the way you eat the foods and how much, and also the lifestyle factors that have changed. So there are all these. So you've got to nuance these. But at the same time, we look and we see that these people, much shorter traditionally, have other things like that, where other people are more robust and bigger and stronger and all that. Like a lot of our ancestors, like a lot of the Maasai that are very tall. So, there is a cost to lower protein and all that. Now the Japanese, because they've actually more dairy, more animal foods in terms of fish in particular, they've grown much taller and all that in that regard. But compared to the Japanese and the Okinawans, it's just the Okinawans that are the longevity people. And they're being pork-based, not fish-based, pork-based, pretty much. But even some of the populations in the Pacific, like I'm not talking about the other Polynesians in the Pacific area, they also are very much pork-based. Now they're not. Now they're eating a lot of kibble, that's why their health has gone really bad. Yep. One day I was discussing with someone how you can think you're hungry when you're thirsty. Then it clicked that you could become, that could be because we're adapted to hydrate through fat. Exactly, we are. If you take a look at most tribal people, Jory rigging, we don't see this excess amount of water. They don't carry water. It's only the only people that will carry in the most dry periods, they will carry some water in ostrich eggs, and in emu eggs, some of the Aborigines that live close to desert environments. And that's also depleted deuterium, low deuterium water. because it's from the leaves, which they will basically take the water from. They don't take it from streams, they actually take it from leaves. They do know the difference. Through their tribal law, they know the difference. So it's low deuterium. They know it's healthier, it's better water. And so, yeah, it does. But primarily, most humans, like the camel, can hydrate from fat. And that's why it's only when you've got deranged, damaged mitochondria that you can't really do it properly. Usually, if people are struggling to basically hydrate and are struggling and are having dehydration and stuff like that, and their urine is going darker, then I know quite clearly that they've got mitochondrial damage. And I'll tell them, stop. Let's fix your mitochondria first with senolytics, with taking certain types of like stearic acid supplements to cause reverse electron transport to initiate the biogenesis of new mitochondria. But initially, we don't do that part. That's a later stage. First, we try to repair the mitochondria by increasing melatonin with taurine and also stuff like that, better sleep and all that, and better nutrition, fix the mitochondria, then move to biogenesis. Because we don't want to, because when you biogenesis, through reverse electron transfer with a complex one, what you do is you basically clone the existing. So if the stuff is bad, you're just cloning another bad piece of mitochondria. What we want to do is basically improve the mitochondrial quality. So that's the first step, and also knock off the stuff that's damaged by forcing it with senolytics out of the system. We'll end up through stem cells producing, because we're encouraging stem cells to produce new mitochondria. And you can use things like cerule as well, the BART cells, because what it does is it encourages it cleaves off a certain component that basically reduces the amount of stem cells we produce in older age, and so you can actually produce more stem cells in that regard. Is the way this thing goes. Exercise will also increase stem cells. Fasting will also do. So there are a number of strategies. Low carb will also increase biogenesis of new mitochondria. So there's a lot of different things, and also stem cell activation. Taurine also has a stem cell activating effect as well. So that as well it's the reason why taurine is considered a longevity thing, because forget about all the regulations, it also can produce, not to the level that cerule can as a product, but this is a cheaper option, in that regard. But again, if you've got a lot of mitochondrial, you've got a lot of cell damage, you've done a lot of things, you may need something like cerule to correct a lot of that stuff. So I don't sell it myself. I don't get anything. I'm not associated with the organization. But I do know that Bart actually corrected his vision problems and many other things, and many other people have seen improvements. I do know that it does. I've looked into the research. I do know that quite clearly it does bring about slightly increasing level of, new stem cells into the system, especially for older people, that are much harder to get. Younger people, it's much easier. They don't need it. I wouldn't, if I was younger, I wouldn't bother at all with these sort of things. You don't need them. There are other better strategies. But if you're in the older bracket where you've got a lot of damage, well, it's probably an option, but also an expensive option. So I say to people, I'll leave that to your judgment if you want to make that expense. I don't promote it myself. I just say that what I can do. But then again, if your finances are not tight, if you are very tight and limited, well, consider taurine, exercise, and fasting as your other option, and also getting better sleep, because that will heal your mitochondria. Very important. I love this stuff. Actually, through Easter, they damn forgot to order the raw milk. I had no raw milk through Easter. Really annoying. But anyway, I got some last week. I've been waiting desperately. So yeah, I got some. Luckily, fragging hell, that was annoying. Thank you for... But also, as I remind everybody, when you come across any stuff, do always ask me, bring it up and all that. There's nothing controversial on this channel, because sometimes certain things may have not been covered, and it's nothing controversial. And if I don't have an immediate reply, I'll look into it, because sometimes there are, I just haven't looked into something. So I'll look into it, and if it's bullshit, I'll tell you next time you ask me. I'll usually, as Tracy knows, I always say to people, ask me next week. I'll have an answer for you, because I'll have looked into it. But I've gone down quite a few rabbit holes, so that's why I can, off the cuff, I can just answer most things. But there's going to be a few things here or there that I may have not looked into. Yeah, he sort of misses. He's got a bit of few things he understands, but he misses so much in between. He doesn't understand the Randall cycle. That's a critically important one. And so that's where he has misunderstandings on a whole lot of other things. He's not aware of the things like deuterium, which is very important. Not light issues are also important in many different ways. He's aware of some of the stuff like blue light and stuff like that, but when it comes to other sort of elements of the light spectrum, like there he's not really up to scratch on some of the stuff. A few things here and there, and sort of when it comes to animal proteins and certain peptides in animal foods that are very important, there again he's very hazy and scratchy. Voila. Commodore, I really love your humor. Yes. It's definitely not what it was like in the old days. Yes, very different. I'm going to just float through these things quickly. They're not noticing. I can jump. G'day, Pat. I'm regrettably a little new to this channel, not 100% carny myself. Can I guess I'm not the only one who does enjoy some veggies and properly prepared plant? Look, there's a couple of people here, and a number of us cheat. Even myself, I cheat sometimes. When I'm at Dad's place, he'll basically put a big slab of meat and all that, and bring out like pickled like gherkins and stuff like that, and I'll have a couple of gherkins with a bit of feta cheese and stuff like that. So that's, I have that major once a fortnight. I have that major meal. The other days I just turn up and coffee. We have coffee. I still have coffee, so that's not purely carnivore either. So look, what we talk about is the actual research, the actual N15 data, the actual archaeological evidence that we are super hyper carnivore. That's quite clear. It's baked into the bones. Nobody can dispute that. Now, can we tolerate certain things? Some of us, yes. Some of us, no. Some of us have to be really clean because we can't tolerate. It takes some time to adapt and change and all that. And some of us occasionally will cheat, like this guy here, including alcohol. So, I'm not going to basically sit on a puritanical, and all that. I'm going to say that the best food or the best way of eating is definitely carnivore. But is it realistic to say, everybody, should be 100%? It's not realistic. I support, I would love that people would be 100%, but I have to be honest myself that even I fall off the wagon. Bart falls off the wagon. Probably Sean's, I've never really heard, but Sean, Sean's a special sort of person that seems to never fall off the wagon. But anyway, maybe he has. I don't know. I haven't. I can't say I've watched every single one of his videos. I do have other things as well to view. But at the same time, I don't sit around lecturing people. I try to say people try and get as close to 100%, or if you can do 100%, good for you. If you can't do any, the more animal-based your diet is, the healthier and the better you'll be. That's the key thing, the take-home message. And some people can tolerate, and some people are less damaged and can tolerate more. But remember, every carb that you put down your throat has consequences. Now, if you're prepared to live with that, that's fine. I have no problem. I don't tell people how to live their life. I just provide you the information and some assistance. And what you do with that is really up to you guys. It's not for me to basically tell you, or I'm not your daddy or your mummy or stuff like that. I'm just, trying to provide you guys with the best information and the best way I understand it as well. Oh, the Randall Cycle's here. Yeah, hello, mate. Also suffered a load of oxalate. Yes, I know. Fun, wasn't it? Yes. Oh, yes. You did the Dr. Berg's. I didn't do the Dr. Berg's, but I did do some other stuff that was basically in the keto movement at the time and the paleo movement with a lot of plants. And yes, they caused me more problems in the long run. Yeah. Fair enough, It was thanks to Grundy interviewing Saladino that I found carnivore. Isn't that funny? Yes, yes. The difference is you stayed with it. He went completely off the reservation. Funny. Yeah, it probably does, because basically he's depleting his glycogen, replenishing his glycogen stores. So he's not getting into excess energy, but he can't sustain that forever, because the more he puts these high deuterium foods, the more damage he does, the more he degrades his mitochondria, the more he reduces his energy, the more he reduces his capacity to heal, and the less able he is to basically sustain that. So eventually, when he stops doing this excessive amount of exercise, he'll start engaging the Randall cycle. And we know the rest, what happens to after that. So yes, he'll become if he continues it for too long, he'll end up as a big porker with a lot of health problems, like a lot of the other sad dieters do. I'm dealing with severe health issues. I was vegan and vegetarian for more than 10 years. Plus, I ate so-called healthy when I was omnivore. I've mostly bedridden, so maybe more taurine then. Yes, I would say so. I would definitely say so. Yeah, because you basically got a lot of oxalate, which can deplete taurine. Yeah, it's really hard in that regard. I am going to make a video this month sometime when I get around it, and it will be on mitochondrial health and some of the biohacks and all that. So do wait for that one, Cami. So that should interest you as well, and some strategies of how to move. I tend to basically think in very different terms than many other people. I've sort of elaborated on some of the stuff. I do like people transitioning, healing, repairing, doing certain things, and then doing other things. I don't like people doing a whole lot of things at the same time. There are certain things that must be done in a certain order to get better results. So that will be covered thoroughly in that future video. Paul could also be on HRT. I've got no idea. There's a lot of people doing all sorts of stuff. I don't recommend HRT or any of those sort of things. If you basically have a healthy diet and getting the proper nutrition, getting good fat soluble vitamins, stuff like that, you don't need any of this sort of stuff. You know, hormones can be rebalanced, can be sorted with good nutrition in that regard, unless you've got certain mitochondrial problems and all that. And that's when that video that's coming up this month will cover some of that sort of stuff, which we'll go into, and some strategies of the way of getting around fixing and reversing some of this sort of stuff. So, and you have to remember, it does take at least a decade. I know, I shock, but you know, if you've done decades and decades of damage, some of these, because you talk about a whole lot of cellular turnover, certain things will happen quite in a couple, 1 or 2 years, but other things will take a bit longer to completely reverse. And it's just a reality. Sorry, but you know, we can do a few biohacks to basically speed that up, but we need to be also realistic that in some will work faster than others. And the reason we don't really understand, we think that some people, it may be there are certain genetics that help them actually repair faster, because there is, you know, I've got sort of certain longevity genes which tend to upregulate certain pathways which actually end up detoxing faster. Some have got poor detoxification pathways. So there's all these other complications that actually will vary. So I can actually put 2 people on the same protocol. They may have the same damage, but one person is going to take longer to heal than the other due to some of those genetic pathways. You know, what do you do? It's just the reality, you know. Unlucky for you for having those genes, you know. So thanks, mate. Yes. Primarily thank Bart, because Bart was the one that dragged me onto the YouTube here. So into this world. So yes, Bart is definitely the person to thank. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, it's a lot, especially the sausages have a lot of, you know, so-called meat-based products in supermarkets. The sausages, cured meats, tend to have. That's why I go to the farmers market tomorrow. It's nearly 11 o'clock here, so I'm going to be pulling the plug soon. It's going to be 5 hours because I'm going down to the farmers market tomorrow. So I've run out of the beef bacon. That was really nice. I need to buy some more. And, you know, and also they have much cleaner, where a lot of the supermarket stuff is just riddled with preservatives and emulsifiers and all that. And emulsifiers are really bad for the gut. That's another issue why a lot of the sad dieters and even vegans that are eating a lot of processed food, they're getting a lot of gut problems again from a lot of these emulsifiers that break down, you know, your basically mucosal barriers in your gut. Really bad stuff, these emulsifiers. You know, a lot of the gut issues that are the modern day gut issues, yes, the plants do some of the problems, but the plants would actually, it would take more years for the plants to cause some of these problems, you know, than like vegetarians and in particular in the old days, it would take decades before they started having gut problems. But now with these emulsifiers and also the glyphosate, which is like a stuffing up the gut microbiome, and then these emulsifiers breaking down the walls, you end up with more pathogens damaging the lining of your gut. It's really intensified the problem, made it even worse than what it was in the past. Where in the past, plant-based a lot of plants would take a couple of decades to really make things bad in your gut. And most people, if you go back to the 1920s and 1930s and stuff like that, when there was a lot of vegetarians, the majority of people that were vegetarians back then had the most gut problems. They used to go to naturopaths back then. You know, like, you know, Weston A. Price, he was a vegetarian as well. until he woke up to the reality that you need to be more animal-based. The majority of people back then, because of lack of refrigeration and seasonal sugars and all that, tended to be more animal-based, dairy and meats primarily, and eggs and stuff like that. So they didn't have a lot of these problems with too much fiber and too much of these plant-based things to cause them a lot of problems. And they used to cook everything. There was no, like raw vegetables or stuff like that. That wasn't people were sensible. They soaked them and all that. They broke down the anti-nutrients and cooked them and combined them with dairy, with raw dairy that had lactoferrin in it that basically binded, the remaining lectins and reduced the effect on the negative effect on the gut. Now we move into the modern era where we've got shitloads of these things, plus on top of that, stuffing up our gut microbiome with glyphosate, which is a low grade, it acts like a low grade antibiotic, and you're having it every day. It's not like you're having antibiotics once in a blue moon. This is everyday assault on stuffing up the gut microbiome, especially the lactobacillus and all that are very sensitive to this compound of glyphosate, which is Roundup in Australasia, as we call it. And then on top of that, you've got all these friggin' emulsifiers that are damaging the wall lining. So this is the assault. It's on steroids. That is why there is endemic diverticulitis and all these gut issues. What do doctors do? Well, what have they done all the time? Tonsils out, gallbladder out, colon. Oh, let's take that out as well. Crazy situation. But that's the world we live in. Crazy situation, crazy world. And that's where we've sort of arrived to this really medicated system, pharmacology and surgery, because we've moved so far away from ancestral foods. So when I say to people, the closer you move to ancestral foods, the healthier you're going to be. I know for some people it's not practical because of their family life or their own inability to shift sufficiently. But you know what? The closer you are, further away, you're going to be healthier. And the key thing is keep away from the processed stuff. Please, anything in a box that's come out of a factory is not food. It's not food. It's basically garbage. Just take it if you've got it in your home and throw it in your bin. That's where it should be, in the rubbish bin. So if you do anything tonight, if you've got any seed oils, or you've got, and definitely seed oils, any seed oils, or I don't think any of you guys would have, but any of the new people here, seed oils are damaging to your mitochondria. Take them because of the high deuterium. They got like sugar. The safe zone is 130 parts per million. Sugar is anywhere between 145 to 160 odd. Most sugars are around the 155 levels, the same as tap water. That should tell you something, that you should be hydrating with fat, not with tap water so much. And on the other hand, seed oils are 255 parts per million, nearly double. And don't drink your urine. Don't listen to the crackpots out there telling you to drink your urine. Urine can be anywhere between 200 to up to 600 parts per million in deuterium. It's even worse than seed oil. So anybody tells you to drink your urine, just laugh at them. They're idiots. They got no idea. They want to destroy their mitochondria. They got absolutely no idea whatsoever. The wrong stuff to hydrate with. Yes, it's a crazy, crazy world. That's why I want to be more like a camel. Llama knows that here, and so does Lukey. They make little comical things of me as a camel, because camels live the longest and they don't even show their age because they're low deuterium super machines, low deuterium depleting super machines. That is why they live long lives. They never get cancer or anything, and then they just drop dead and they still look relatively young. What a way to go. Yes. Since I'm an Orthodox Christian, I basically don't believe in that sort of reincarnation. But if it was real, it'd definitely be a camel. The option. Uh, You must be new, mate. Rajesh, thanks for being here. Hope you're finding it interesting. Yeah, look, it's not required, mate. Not required. Don't waste your money on it. I think I've got actually a folder to make something on it. It's like the the polyphenols that I made I think I may make a video on that as well. Probably not this month, next month. Wait for it. So a lot of things that we think may help. It's a bit like, the oregano oil as well. I need to make a video on that. That can also stuff up the gut microbiome. Not a good thing. It doesn't only affect certain bacteria, it also affects some healthy ones as well. So I don't think these things are necessarily a good idea. There's better ways, as I've talked about taurine, re-regulating things and all that. Much better and safer. Your liver is the main detox thing in your body, all these detox craps. I probably need to make a video on that as well, cover these sort of things. We throw away too much money on stuff that really doesn't work and actually, just suppresses some of the symptoms and then creates other problems. So it's not a solution. It usually creates more problems than it's worth, you know. Look, a lot of people do say that that you need, but remember, it's because people say, well, you're not fat and you have difficulty oxidizing. See, fundamentally, what it is everything will go through. Going through glycolysis, yes, you can produce a bit of energy, but not a lot. The majority of energy is produced by the electron chain. So fundamentally, if you can't get sufficient, if you put, let's say, too many carbs in, you're actually going to be putting too much deuterium and actually degrading over time your mitochondria. They've already been damaged by oxalates and too much deuterium and all that sort of stuff. And that's affected your, it's caused you metabolic damage and all that. The last thing you want to be doing is adding carbs. That doesn't help because of the deuterium component that is actually compounding the problem in terms of, mitochondrial damage. So that doesn't solve the problem at all. What you need to do is basically improve your detoxification capacity. You need to basically, get your things like, whether it's some MSM, some taurine, to basically deal with the excess oxalate, and also use, look, some people, I use citric acid, some people can't tolerate it. I say then use lemon juice in that regard. And some people will get lemon juice and they'll put like a bit of erythritol in it in order to sweeten it because they can't just drink lemon juice or and all that. As a short-term thing, some alcohol sugars, they're not indicated, but if it's the only way of actually getting the damn thing into your body, then we'll do it that way. Some do go and buy pills, like you can actually buy citric acid pills, so you can swallow them, so you don't have to taste them in your mouth. Some people have difficulty tasting. That's another option. You can use that as a way to basically make sure that you're not going to negatively affect your kidneys or anything like that. So also you need to consider a bit more calcium, so a bit more dairy to basically deal with oxalate binding. because it has an effect on bonding with calcium and all that. And so those sort of things to remove some in the feces and some to basically remove through citrate. So that's a sort of way you would work. But at the end of the day, you have to deal with the sulfur amino acids. So when we talk about sulfur amino acids, we're talking about not only taurine, we're talking about methionine, and cysteine, things like that. There are more than one sulfur amino acids, and they do get lowered and depleted. And so when you reduce even methionine, you will reduce also your capacity to deal with methylation properly. So that means homocysteine may go up, which isn't a good thing. So that's another problem. That's another issue that, derangements in, so people that have got MTHFR issues can actually get worse with oxalate, but that could also be sorted by carnivore diet because it's got much more higher riboflavin. I've got a part 1 methylation. If you do Harry Serpanos part 1 methylation, I do cover how riboflavin corrects this methylation pathway, how it upregulates the enzyme. There is no MTHFR problem. It's a myth created by naturopaths that can be corrected by getting sufficient riboflavin. Where do you get riboflavin? Milk, dairy, and meat will give you shitloads of riboflavin that correct the problem, and then you've got no problems of MTHFR. But obviously, it still depletes other sulfur amino acids that are very important in bringing down homocysteine. So it is really important that we take in some additional protein plus some additional supplementation of taurine and all that in order to deal with the oxalate depleting effect on sulfurs in our body that are very critical to a lot of biological functions and detoxification and all that sort of stuff as well. So that's what oxalates can impede, that sort of stuff. So and as you probably know from your own experience, Cami, the length of time that it takes to basically deplete, these oxalates can take some time. You can eat some oxalate foods that can slow it down, turn it off and all that. But I pushed through. I said, okay, I'm going to push through. Initially, I got a bit of pain in my kidneys. And then I realized, I need to have more citrate and more sulfur amino acids. And when I upped that, the pain went away. And it seemed to basically, the foaminess sort of increased initially and then decreased. And then I just had these different stages of where I would get a bit of foaminess and it would go through different cycles. But eventually it did clear out and it took much quicker. So now, don't have an issue. I haven't had an oxalate attack now for been quite a while. It's been now, what are we getting? I think it was early last year. So it's been quite some time now, but yeah. And that was only very mild. It was at the tail end. So it took a while for me. It took, well over a year, but eventually it did clear out. Some people within a couple of months. But remember, I was consuming excessively amounts of oxalate. Spinach every day, breakfast, spinach, bacon and eggs, spinach, bacon and eggs. So I took in a lot of oxalates, and spinach is one of the highest sources of oxalates, 755 milligrams, shitloads. So yeah, I was taking in a lot when the actual 50 per day is the actual cutoff. So yeah, I was taking in shitloads. So, and I can tell you, I know that I was taking in shitloads because I had 4 kidney stones in 5 years. That's how bad it got. Ah, great. Those keto days were so great. Oxalate friendly. Oh, did I suffer. So I've been there with a couple of those things, and I have actually lived through those. I went through these days. I realized that these people had no idea what they were saying and realized all these mistakes. But it also drove me down all these rabbit holes, and I found out, uncovered all these things, and realized that I could help people. And then Bart sort of pestered me and pressured me and said, start up a YouTube channel. You got so much to contribute. Okay. So if you got anybody to blame him. It was his idea for me to start up a channel. You're welcome. Not a problem. I had experienced some of these things, and I had to research them as well, and some of my family friends, and that's Carnival for 7 months, got CAC score done 6 months back. Shows 106. I'm 48. Any suggestions to make CAC score 0? Something to take 3 grams of taurine from yesterday. Thanks. Yep. Stick to that. At your level, I would basically not worry about the CAC. It's very low at 106. And so I would not bother one iota. Stick to the diet for 12 months. And in 12 months' time, then I want you to do high doses of metaquinone 4. So that's vitamin K2, the animal form, MK4. And you will do 5. Probably at that, you probably don't need to do the 15. Just do 5. Do the 5 milligrams and do that every single day for a whole year after. And that will clear it out. So that's because the reason why I'm saying this is because what may happen is your CAC score may go up slightly. That's why I don't want you to test. I've done a video on that. You can actually check it out on my channel, which that's basically because if you've got soft plaque from your past diet, you may need to actually, your body will calcify to stabilize that soft plaque, and then it will clear it out. And that's why I say stay on a carnivore diet for 1 year, stabilize the plaquing, even if it's small amounts, and then the body will clear all that out, and then you can help it along. Once you've got stable, even these small little anginas, once they're stable, then you can clear them out. That's the whole purpose of the way of doing it. You have to use, in a very smart and intelligent way, the CAC score. Your body deliberately will calcify to stabilize. It's when you cut your skin, what happens? A whole lot of collagen and calcium come in to tighten and fix that up. You get this scab on top. If you keep on scratching it, that means by eating inappropriate foods that, like seed oils and stuff like that, they can keep on inflaming and doing the damage, oxidized stuff. Well, then it never really heals properly. And so it'll add and become bigger. The scab will become bigger. The same thing in the arteries. They'll become, they'll increase and, narrow and elongate. This happens again for that reason. So, and then if you clean up your diet, what will happen is your body will continue calcifying and stabilizing that plaque. And so it can actually go up initially, and you allow it to go up to stabilize because you want that. Because once that heals, you stop scratching it, and that can heal properly and creating a proper plaque with a lot of calcium in and a lot of fibrous material. What will actually happen is below that will heal, and then that will just come off. And that's what happens. Eventually, the body will go in. Once the healing happens behind, it'll clear all that out. That's when you need the metaquinone 4 to clear it out much faster. And then the little glycocalyx will regrow, and they get sulfur placed on them, on their tips. And then that sulfur can actually, around all the LDL, the HDLs, all the other stuff that flow in, your red blood cells that flow in, they've got this pericellular matrix, they're little hairline structures. They have a negative charge. That negative charge means negative can't actually stick anymore. Got it? Very important to allow that fluidity within your, and so that's how we slowly strategically heal. So when you're on a carnivore diet, you can actually shift in that regard. So at this stage, stick to what you're doing, because you're basically in this early stage. So when you get to 12 months, then contact me and remind me and say, I'm the guy that you talk about. Now, how do I do the actual next stage? It's not, band Paulus, it's not horrible. It's compared to some other people that I've dealt with that have got 1,000 or 1,500 or, 2,500. I mean, really high levels, so yes. So remember all that sort of stuff. Anyway, I have to go, Eld, if Harry answers my question regarding obesity, carnivore, and low appetite, can someone please send me a timestamp link to me with on Bart's server? Thanks. Hey, it's about 5 hours and 15 minutes, so it's going to be around about then this actual happens in that regard. So look, in some cases, it can be mitochondrial related, So what happens is it's not this low appetite, but it's basically you've got a lot of mitochondrial damage. And what happens is, you can only process a certain amount of energy. So remember, you actually, if you've got a healthy mitochondria, you produce as much energy as your weight, as your total weight. So if you're 70 kilos, you'll produce 70 kilos worth of ATP, of energy. That's how much energy we produce in a day. But if you've got a lot of mitochondrial damage, you may produce far less. If you produce far less, that will lower your appetite. So you could be obese, but you could actually have a lower appetite. And there you may have to, I don't know what your mitochondrial damage is, but if you've got quite a bit of mitochondria, it may mean that you basically need to shift. You may have to look at metabolic water. Definitely walk away from water, walk away from all carbohydrates, and you may need to go low deuterium for a certain period of time, closer to 100 parts per million, in order to basically try and restore better mitochondrial function. And that can take some time to heal and repair. I will be making a video later on this month to go into the deuterium side of mitochondrial damage and how to basically heal the mitochondria and how to reverse all this. So wait and see, and I'll go into that. So I do want to make a video on it. So I'm not going to answer it here because it's an important thing that needs to be covered properly in that regard, with little diagrams and little things like that and research, stuff like that. Thank you. God bless you as well. My doctor wants to discuss with me my high alt was 64 a year ago, now 83. Tell him to go stuff himself. Only colourful. Recently from keto. After a carby setback a few months ago, bets the doctor is going to lecture on my diet. Yeah, he definitely will, in that regard. Look, lipids, as I've discussed with a lot of people, are just basically dynamic energy systems. They move around. And go and check it on, there's a playlist that I've actually got with Pim Johnson. She's Bart K's partner, and I've actually done a number of videos on her channel. And I've got a playlist. So if you look for Pim, P-I-M, Johnson with 2 S's, I believe. And there's a video there on ApoE. And ApoE will give you an insight about the energy, how basically, why some people have higher LDL. C than others, and all these sort of things, and how it's really the same amount of energy, but it's in different boats. I'll give you a sort of a hint. It's in different boats floating around. And it's really the genes that are regulating how this works. And the reason for it is in these interglacial periods, 200,000 years ago, and about slightly before 80,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, we had this change in the diet. And so we shifted these ApoE. That means fat coming in goes into chylomicrons. And so it doesn't go back into the liver. It slows the whole system down. That's deliberate because there's sugar in there. So in those interglacial periods, we had access to sugar. So some of us adapted to that situation to hold off from combining too much sugar with fat inside the liver at the same time and creating basically the sort of things that we don't want, that sort of inflammatory sort of effect. So, and that's from small amounts of sugar to prevent these sort of things. Now we've got excess amount engaging Randall cycle and actually inflaming, is just too much, things like sugar levels that are seeping out because they can't be processed fast, fat coming in flux too fast, especially if you've got an ApoE4, the old, what they call the Alzheimer's genes. It's not the Alzheimer's genes. It's just basically people, this was the original genes of our past ancestors, was a 4-4, ApoE4, which is what the chimps have and many other, which basically meant you have to be in a low carbohydrate state. And that's what we were. That's what the N15 data shows us. So you switch over and you start putting some sugar into your diet through carbs and all that in interglacial periods. And immediately that's creating issues, health issues. So this genetic change happens to slow the influx of fat into the liver from remnant chylomicrons. That's what it was. And so it shifts. And so people then have a different profile. When I do my tests, even now when they do my tests, they go, whoa, you got great, LDL and all this sort of stuff. I don't actually generate high LDL, even though I eat a carnivore diet, and high saturated fats. So that my genetics basically means that, I think one of my last ones that I did, my cardiologist did, that was 3.7. That's millimoles, so that's way below the 4 millimoles, which is, my lowest was 3.2. And at the time I was doing low carb. I wasn't doing keto, but I was doing low carb, and it was 3.2. To give you an idea. So total 3.2 is 123.7. And 3.7 was 143. That was my previous one. So that's for the North American crowd. So we use millimoles. So that's the sort of where you guys use, milligrams per deciliter. We use millimoles per liter. So that's the difference. And mine was basically bugger all. But that's due to genetics. So people that have got a 4, more Northern Europeans tend to have 4s, 4.3s, 4.2s and stuff like that. And so they tend to be slightly have higher, LDL. They tend to have higher total cholesterol as well. That was my total cholesterol. So it's just, Genetics. It's where it's actually running around in the boat in that regard. But it's irrelevant. Is it oxidized? Jared, Lukey, I did say hello to them earlier. So is it oxidized? That's the key thing. You know, most people don't realize if it's not oxidized, it's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. Time to develop a poo computer game. Fluffy rainbows. You bad girl. Caution against taking veterinary products. They are not manufactured to the same standards exactly. Yes, exactly. So well said. Yes, you probably not a good idea at all. That's why I did show him this brand. Go and look for that one. That was the same thing. Other people, Jared, that was the same thing. Remember, people taking. I was trying to get, you know, from elsewhere ivermectin, but you know, people were taking animal stuff. I just gave that a complete miss because, you know, if I couldn't get the real stuff, I just no thanks. So I don't know. As you said, you don't know what else. It's not made to human standards. Deborah, good to see you. Yes, you're at the tail end, my dear. Very late, Adrian. Good to see you. Yes, yes. I've got a video coming up, so you'll have to wait for that. And I will cover that. And I'm about to pull the plug because it is becoming very, very fast. Fruit in the matrix performs differently from fructose in. Nah, it's just it all gets broken down to fructose. All gets broken down to glucose. All proteins get broken down to amino acids. All fat gets broken down to fatty acids. It's all nonsense. Salad Boy's just trying to justify his addiction, Deborah. That's all it is. And any thoughts on gout? Nothing to do with purines. That's just nonsense. In that regard, it is fructose metabolism that actually causes a lot of that problems. And even under certain circumstances, your body, like mold exposure and other things like that, can actually produce its internal fructose. Yeah, the body can actually produce through the polio pathway. So that's for another day, another video as well to cover that properly and showing the pathway and why it works and what triggers it and stuff like that. What's this? Never mind mechanisms. I need meta-analysis of junk RCTs. Jared. Does coffee have antiviral properties? No idea, Llama. No idea whether it has or hasn't. It's got antioxidant, you know, through some of the polyphenols and stuff like that. Some antioxidants, some antiviral properties. I have not seen any research. If you do have any, send it through. I'd be interested, but I haven't actually looked into beyond the antioxidant polyphenol side of things. And even there are a sort of number of anti-nutrients. Some of these polyphenols can act as anti-nutrients, can be a problem. So they're contraindicated in that regard. We can generate more than enough antioxidants internally through glutathione and superoxide dismutase in a low insulin, low carbohydrate state. So it's irrelevant. But yeah, I don't know. Let me know if you've got any research because I haven't seen any. But I haven't actually looked for any either. Hi, Harry. What do you think about creating muscles for good lifespan? I heard that muscles can improve lifespan, and why bodybuilders die is because no natural muscles. No, bodybuilders just die because they take steroids, they do a whole lot of contraindicated things, and they push off growth pathways far too high, trying to build inappropriately large muscles. You will not see over muscularized populations like like tribal people. You don't. Now, Europeans can actually build a bit more muscle than the tribal people in Africa. And that's because we've got some DNA in us, because from Neanderthal. So we've got a bit of Neanderthal DNA. I tend to have a bit of Neanderthal DNA, so I tend to become more muscular. I'm more stocky because that's basically a Neanderthal sort of feature. So yeah, and I can put on muscle very easily. My father literally has muscles that are, I mean, my muscles are like that. My father's are like out here. He's just a beast. But he used to lift big metal stuff and all that, and really, as a Boilermaker welder, really built big muscles. Now they're slightly smaller than mine, but he had bigger muscles in the past. But in the sense, I don't even have to exercise to build muscle. I don't do a lot, I can tell you. I'm quite lazy when it comes to that. So, some people are naturally, they in that regard. But they're also, and it does actually improve, a lot of these people are actually pushing up a lot of growth pathways continuously. They're not very healthy lifestyles. So, and they've got excessive muscle growth beyond the normal physiology that eating meats and stuff like that would produce, or doing regular work, which would build you a bit of physique, a bit of muscularity. But these people are way beyond the normal. And that's why it's very unhealthy. And they tend to create all these growth sort of areas, a lot of growth around their organs and stuff like that. And that has negative effects on their health. So there's a lot of this sort of stuff. And if you actually look at them, they don't look like the old bodybuilders in the past who did steak and eggs. The modern guys look very muscular fat. They're engaging the Randall cycle and all these growth pathways. They're very unhealthy. Those old guys that, many of them, 60s, they were still competing when they were in their 60s. And some of them died earlier from accidents. One guy actually was 57 and taking up a washing machine up some stairs, and fell on him and just crushed him. But, to be 57 and be able to lift a whole washing machine and take it up, and back in those days when they were quite heavy, not like the ones now that are plastic and very light. So you know what I mean. So he was very strong into old age. And the other guy, that was a British guy who died at 98, but he actually decided to go low, to go sort of plant-based at 95 for whatever bloody reason. He'd been a meat eater all his life, lifted weights, was really muscular and strong and very robust. And then at 95 decided to change and go and actually start doing marathons and stuff like that. Very catabolic and very contraindicated. Plus going plant-based, broke down his muscles and all that, and pretty much made himself frailer and died 3 years later. Go figure. So, when we look at these old bodybuilders, steak and eggs and stuff like that, real food, they were around for quite a few years. But the modern ones are pumping all sorts of crap in them, and some stuff like peptides of all sorts of anabolic capacity. If you take a look at them, their growth, they're grotesque. You look at the old bodybuilders, they're very muscular, but they've got the proper proportionality of a human body. That means this, wide shoulders, narrow, the proper sort of, not the proper sort of build. They look like muscular, normal people, just more muscular, normal people. If you go and look at the old bodybuilders, you look at these deranged guys now with these growth, unnatural sort of growth, muscles protruding in strange ways, and other growth things on their body, their shoulders like that, and all these sort of things. That's just grotesque. That's not, this is just all this crap that they're pumping into themselves. That's why they're dying young. Do not do that. Do not follow that. If you want to basically build some muscularity, do it like the old-fashioned guys used to do it: steak and eggs and some physical work, because that's what, traditionally even people did. Traditional work, eating an animal based. They become strong and all that. Many of the warriors were strong physically, did a lot of exercise and all that, kept physically strong. They did strength exercise and all that, and they ate a lot of animal foods, and that's why they were strong warriors. That's a different thing altogether compared to these modern day bodybuilders who really have lost the plot. Anyway, it's all that sort of stuff, plus a lot of other things like the Randall cycle, like deuterium. There's a lot of things that he just completely does not understand in that regard. Anyway, I am going to pull the plug because this boy needs to get to sleep. It's 11:30 at night. Now, if I've missed anyone, which I have, quite a few, Ben Palis has been around here. Oh, Mr. McKay. Yes, Barty Bart. Yes, definitely. Yes. We should also introduce Bruce to Ted. Lord Edward Yellow. Yes. He'd tell him what he thinks about cholesterol. Yeah, look. Adek, I just noticed you. Good to see you here. Thanks for being here. Was there anything? I didn't even look. Okay. Did I miss anything that you really wanted to ask me? Okay. Nothing there. I can't see anything. Well, there's always next week, Adek. I'll be back tomorrow morning. So what are we talking about? 11 hours from now. So I have to get up early as well. Now it's freaking late, so I'd have to put my alarm clock to remind myself to get up, because I'm off to the farmers market tomorrow to get my beef bacon. So I really, because I've had something similar, which was a smoked beef type bacon thing, and I had that raw, and I really enjoyed that. But this time I basically cooked it up, and it was with my omelette in putting it in. It was friggin' magnificent. I really enjoyed it. So I'm going to myself. I actually I told her, hello, Kitty. She gave me she said, "Why don't you share?" So she got really narky with me. I said, well, I was focused on eating. I was focused on the meal, stuffing myself. At that moment, my brain wasn't thinking about anything else. That was my excuse. So sometimes she does bring stuff around to me, and sometimes I do take things to her, something like new to try or whatever. I just forgot. I was enjoying myself, but I have given her the recipe, so she knows exactly what to do in that regard, so she can give it a try. So tomorrow we're going to go down there and grab some beef bacon, because I really enjoyed that. So grab a few pieces of that. I've still got some of the other bacons and quite a lot of other meat. I went through a period of buying shitloads and shitloads of lamb. So I've got so much lamb it's just, I've nearly got no room. I have to literally limit what I buy tomorrow, because I'm running out of room in my fridge. I've got so much. So I've gone overboard in meat buying recently. So I do need to, sort something out. Yeah, so that's the plan. Yeah, and I'm going to buy more tomorrow. Yeah, I know. But I really like this bacon. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to be, I'll have to have a session probably next week, probably with my brother Sean. We'll sit down, I'll take some and we'll barbecue it and all that sort of stuff, and have some of this beef bacon and do some scrambled eggs or some sort of thing like that, or so enjoy it. But it's nice. It is really damn nice. If you haven't tried it, you should try and get some. Try and get it smoked beef bacon. Oh, you can even have it raw. Oh, it's great. Anyway, I'm out of here. I better go. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Please hit the like button on your way out, as Bart would say. So on your way out, please hit that like button. And thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Hope to see you next week. And we'll be back to the regular schedule. I'm actually going to check. Let me just basically, I'll just share this. Share my screen before I go. And we got that. So what is the result? So do you want a Saturday or Sunday Eurasia live stream? For Saturday, 21%. For Sunday, 21%. Don't care. 57%. God almighty. So basically that means it's neither a Sunday or so I can be so you guys don't care. I can be flexible. So I'll go back to my regular schedule next week. But if I can't, then I can always basically do the Saturday or some other day because you guys don't really care as long as you get to see me at least once, now and then and all that. So very much appreciated. Thanks, Loki. I did drop you a link for tomorrow. So if you're free tomorrow, jump on. Yeah, well, the majority of you said you don't care as long as it happens. That's the key. So yeah, I'm doing a bit of socializing tomorrow. So as I said to Bart, I'm being a social butterfly. So I had to reschedule my program. So, but next Sunday, we'll be back to the regular sort of Sunday sort of thing. I did correct some of the descriptions, the time zone stuff and all that. So I did actually end up adding also Denmark in there, and I've corrected the Switzerland between the Moscow time and all that because they were around the wrong way around. I sort of copied and pasted. I copied it in the wrong spot. So somebody reminded me last week, so I sorted that out. So I think I've got all the dates properly. If I've got any date where I've stuffed up from any part of the world, just leave something in the comments area and just tell me, can you fix this? Because all these, we've got, the biggest thing is I live in a place where the time that, we go into daylight savings, we're now not in that. We've just come out of daylight savings. So we've got that. And then you've got some countries that do, some countries that don't. And so you're either going in one direction or the other, either slightly less or like if you go forward and the other ones don't go at all backwards, you only go 1 hour difference. Where if the other ones go back, you go 2 hours difference. So you have to check each one of them. And sometimes I do stuff up when the time zones change. It's just the way it is. Sorry for that. So if you do notice any time zone irregularities in the description, please let me know and I'll always sort that out. So it'd be nice if none of the world had daylight savings. Then I'll just have one continuous. I'll have one description. I'll never have to adjust it ever. So make life much easier. But anyway, this old geezer is out of here. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Take care. And I'll see you lovely people next week. See yous.